Here we go.
There we go. Let's go.
Alright, so this is Link's Awakening DX for the Game Boy Color, with the main category for the speedrun, which is no save and quit, no wrong warp, no out of bounds. Pretty much, you can't use the save and quit menu to actually save and quit. You can open it, which we will use to skip a bunch of text from chests in this game, and bosses and other things like that. No wrong warps means no using the doghouse to warp to places that we shouldn't be, which you can use to beat the game in less than 5 minutes. And no out of bounds is a little more complicated. It involves not standing on tiles that you're not normally able to access more than one away from a normally accessible tile, and no transitioning while on solid tiles. But other than that, this should be quicksword for everybody.
Yes. Green's Runic missing it, but that's okay.
He should still get a quick sword. He just didn't get the damage boost properly.
Yeah, I wasted a couple frames.
Yeah. So everybody's pretty even right about now.
Yeah, they all damage boosted off of the urchin, so they could get closer to the sword before they should be able to.
The damage boost itself only saves about 3 frames, but everybody still goes for it because it looks so cool when you get the sword instantly. So yeah, we got 2 races going on right now. Black versus Green Tunic, and Dragon versus TGH. So this is going to be like a round-robin group showcase for the tournament that's coming up. So there will be multiple matches today. So everybody will play each other once today, and then the top 2 performers from those races will face each other in a finals, one-on-one.
Yes. This Flute and I will be commentating the first 2 races, and 2 others will do the latter 2.
So we're about to come up to the first real trick in the game, which is Moblin skill.
Yeah, what they did there, they moved almost as far as possible into the pit, so they could hit both crystals with that spin slash and not have to go around. And they opened their save and quit menu after opening the chest to skip some text. They're gonna be doing that on every chest in the game. It saves a lot of time. They'll got a pretty fast Moblin skip.
Yeah, decent Moblin skips from everybody.
Yeah.
Everybody was sub 240 across.
I think it was only Vlak who missed the Owl skip. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think so. But he's not really behind, so
Yeah.
still pretty much tied with GT.
They're gonna be moving to the Trendy game here, and they're gonna get the powder, which we're gonna use to open up Dungeon 2 later.
Sadly, you only need powder for 1 room in the entire game.
Yeah. We could save a lot of time if we found a way around that room.
Yeah, but the dungeon's very linear, so it's kind of hard to avoid it without going out of bounds.
Yeah.
And everybody gets first try Trendy.
That's good.
Now the shop is pretty interesting. You have to steal a few items in order to avoid getting a bunch of rupees that we don't want to farm, which would take a long time. So you need to steal the shovel, because we do need the shovel at one point. And then, while we're here, we get 2 sets of bombs, or most people get 2 sets of bombs. Some only get 1, which Vlak might actually do. Yeah, it looks like he did.
They're opening their save and quit menu while buying the bombs to skip the text. It's actually kind of difficult to pull off. You have to press all the buttons in a certain order.
It's such a simple trick, but it's really annoying to pull off sometimes.
Yeah.
So yeah, buying only 1 set of bombs does give Vlak an early lead. But he's gonna to forfeit using some certain skips in the future that others can do.
He's gonna be cutting it kind of close on bombs. And they're all putting in the key in the keyhole from the side, because all you have to do is face up. You don't actually have to be like facing or be beneath the keyhole.
But this is due to the clipping mechanic in the game, which causes a lot of the glitches that we do in this run. It allows you to be within a block between 1 and 3 pixels. So
yeah,
it thinks you're actually inside the key block when you're not.
Actually allows for some glitches that we're gonna see later.
Mostly super jumps, but there's also some other stuff like sideways block pushing.
And they're all paying close attention to what they kill here, because in Dungeon 2, we're gonna see something called Piece of Power. It's routed out very carefully. It drops every 30 kills until you have a certain amount of hearts, then it's 35, and it increases your speed by 25%, and it doubles your damage, so that's gonna be very useful throughout the run.
It also knocks back enemies, which is a feature that players won't want for when we come to Dungeon 5 boss, but...
Yes.
Oh, wow. Is Black really... Black's going for it.
Oh god.
The Villa buffer in D1.
And
wow, he got it pretty quickly there.
Was that a 1 frame?
It looked like a 1 buffer.
I've actually never seen that strat before.
It took him a few tries to do it, but he managed to do it. It saves about 6 seconds if you can get it first try and do the proper D1 route.
Yeah, so what he did there was he moved into the pit, like touching the wall, and he opened his menu until he heard the Link falling sound. And at that point, the game considers Link on solid ground, so it lets you move down, like clip into the wall, and he can do a super jump from there.
Yeah, the pause on the falling frame pushes him into the wall slightly, which we'll also see again later in this run. Normally people don't do that strat, so it's pretty hype to actually see that in a race.
Yeah.
And still not lose a bunch of time from it. Everybody is still neck and neck.
Yeah. Do they do Color Dungeon? No, they don't do Color Dungeon in this run. You do in 100%, but not in this category.
Yeah, the tunics don't have enough advantage for us to waste the time that it takes to get them in the Color Dungeon for this round.
The tunics only save a couple seconds, really.
Walking past the annoying kids, no one talks to them properly.
Rude.
Just skip their whole text with the B button. That's one of the advantages of playing on Japanese, by the way. There are certain conversations that you can skip entirely by pressing B on the first text box.
Yeah, they have like 11 text boxes or something, I think, in the English version.
Yeah, it costs like 19 seconds versus like the 1 second it takes in JP. But you'll see a bunch of people getting kills here through the forest as they increase their POP counter.
Yep. Alright, so they're gonna go through Moblin Cave here to get Bow Wow, who will help us open up D2.
I was hoping for some quads.
Yeah. He's a blessing and a curse. He's gonna help you with getting kills, and he's also gonna screw you over.
Yeah, mostly in Rooster skip. He screws you over. And if he eats way too much on the way to D5, but that should hopefully not happen this race.
Yeah, let's hope they all get D5 piece of power.
Seems like we're getting some differences in people's positions in there.
Yep.
Oh, here's a cool trick. Flock clip. So, when you talk to a rock or an object up again, while you're clipped inside of a wall, it can push you further inside the clip, which actually allows us to clip through that little corner that lets us pass that rock by the tree there, which saves us some time from having to go back through the forest and through the swamp.
Yep.
Everybody should be getting their POP here in Dungeon 2 pretty
Black
early.
got it late.
GT also getting it late, it looks like.
Yeah, optimally you'd get it in the room with the 2 Stelphos.
Ooh, GT still not getting.
Hmm.
Did it drop a 4D2 maybe? And we missed that?
That could be possible. If it drops with the Moblin King, it can't actually drop, but it still counts towards the kill count.
If anything,
just
it might have been a
resets.
flower that we didn't see as well.
Yeah, that
Oh,
could
no,
also
there it
be a
is.
thing. That's really late.
Yeah, 2 kills late there. But, still not too bad.
Yeah.
POP is really nice because it makes this mini boss fight trivial. You just slash him 4 times.
Yeah.
It also saves you from having, like, if you don't have POP, the strat normally is to pull out your bow and shoot him twice. But it saves you the menu using the sword.
Yeah, and it saved arrows, because you cut it pretty close on arrows in this run.
This room's also really cool.
Yeah, this is
Ghost
Ghost
room.
Skip. You
GT
can...
doesn't do Ghost Skip.
Huh. Interesting.
He still
You
uses
can,
old strat.
You can jump towards the transition, and if you're in midair, you won't transition, and then you jump and slash your sword at the ghosts, and they'll just walk away out of bounds, and the game considers them dead.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. It just, for the spawning of the chest, it just checks that if they're in the room or not. Another really annoying room here. You have to kill these mobs in a certain order.
Yeah, GT giving a really good example of how not to do that.
Yeah, Stelphos getting in the way like a jerk there.
Yeah.
Ooh, GT lost POP too.
Huh.
That last room a little bit harder. Having to throw an extra pot at the Zol.
They're just kind of screwing around right now. They have to wait for the boss to shoot 8 fireballs. And they're gonna clip into the wall and throw the pot into it to make this a 1 cycle instead of the regular 3 cycle.
Another instance where clipping is really useful. Because it lets you break the pot that the genie is in instantly instead of having to throw it 3 times against the wall. Saves a bunch of time there. Really nice fight. Everybody getting a good fight so far. Nice.
Nice.
So those are some textbook D2 boss fights. Now we get to head to Villa Skip, which we already seen a little preview of from Black in D1.
Yep. Alright, let's see if anyone picks up the heart piece of shame. Why is my dog barking?
Shoutouts to your dog.
Yeah.
No hard piece of shame so far?
Let's see.
Nice. Now we're gonna... Dragon's almost at Villa Skip. So, as we explained earlier, he's gonna jump into a pit against the bottom of a wall, and by pausing on the exact frame where Link falls into the pit, it'll push him down further into the screen, so he'll be able to physically transition into the screen below. It's also on a global frame rule, so the amount of time it takes to fall into the pit can be a lot of buffer sometimes. If
Yeah, it's mainly RNG
unlucky on
based.
your unpauses. Yeah. There's really no way to control it since it's like just dependent on the global frame and depending on how often you pause.
Yeah, it can be a real run killer sometimes.
Black having some troubles there with it.
They're also gonna need to be careful with picking up this key, because if they transition while doing it, it'll actually turn into a golden leaf, and they won't be able to dig it up again.
That actually, I'm pretty sure soft locks the game.
Yeah, because you can't
You can't dig that up anymore, and even if you go collect all the leaves, that won't put the key back in the hole. Yeah, that whole Villa Skip is just to skip the whole section for people who have actually casualed this game. It skips the entire Canterlot Castle segment, gathering the leaves for Richard so you can go into his maze.
Yeah, they're also putting in the key from the top here because they're clipping into the thing, and they can push the key in from there.
As long as you're facing upwards and you're inside of the block that has the keyhole in it, you can open the door or open the lock. So we're gonna want to see some POPs here in this room with the two birds.
Let's see if everyone gets it.
Here comes a really tricky super jump. We didn't really explain super jumps yet, did we?
No, we didn't.
So by clipping into a wall, you can do some inputs where you press against the wall midair and then away from it before you land, and it'll act as if you're jumping off of a cliff. This works mostly in dungeons. There's like rare instances of it in the overworld. Yeah, by doing that, they actually do a super jump in the Dongo room, then release their sword spin to clink off of the Dongo, which changes their trajectory midair and launches them over the wall, allowing them to get to the boots quicker.
Yeah, you can soft lock on it if you are slow or do it wrong, and you'll just be stuck in the block. And the only way to get out of that is to save and quit. Not yet. We have to do another one.
Yeah, we still. Though you could still. It's still possible to save it with boots now.
Yeah, that's true.
If they get only stuck within a few pixels, which would be very lucky if that happens. And well, it wouldn't be lucky if they soft lock like that, but it'd be lucky if they could still get out.
Yep.
Another flock clip into the basement at this key that you guys can see here. GT. Everybody fighting Vitreous.
TGH having a little bit of trouble spilling him up.
Yeah, that can happen with POP sometimes.
Yeah, he'll just sometimes be slashing and he's just gonna get back together for no reason.
So Vlak definitely won't be going for the owl bomb trigger here. I'm curious if anybody else will.
Dragon doesn't.
It doesn't look like anybody will.
Yeah.
They could equip after they come out of the dungeon, which is the way.
Yeah, I usually equip beforehand.
Some people do it. Yeah. TGH is equipping afterwards.
Yep. He's going for it, and he gets it.
Nice.
That skips the owl's animation. It saves about 2 seconds.
It's not a whole lot of time, but that's one of the tricks that Vlak is unable to do due to not getting a second set of bombs. Looks like Vlak's stream is frozen.
Yeah, I guess we should also explain bomb triggers.
Oh yeah, because those are coming
basically, if you put down 2 bombs on a transition, the game will just play any cutscene that's available, or in this case, skip the owl animations. And we're gonna see another bomb trigger here. This is called Walrus Skip.
This is one of the major bomb triggers coming out.
Yeah. And they just do a bomb trigger on the transition and they activate the Walrus cutscene.
So yeah, the way bomb triggers work is you need to place 2 bombs within a certain frame count of each other, which is 4, I believe. And if you can do that by either placing one before the transition and one right after the transition, or you can do that in pits, which you'll see later in the run.
Also, just Flag going for the sideways Walrus Skip.
Definitely dangerous. It's possible to soft lock, but he gets it. This is another big soft lock point. If you mess this trick up, you can soft lock. Also, having Bow Out locks your menus after this cutscene, so all players will have to be entering this cave up here.
Let's see if anyone falls in this pit here. It's possible to kill this Landmola before it even appears.
That's a pretty cool trick.
And they line themselves up to pick up the key without having to fall in the pit.
Just DTP left doing old strats. Looks like he should be okay.
Yeah, I have an audio cue for this. I just go into the corner and listen to my audio cue and then go with my directionals.
Yeah, I learned that from TGH. So I guess next we're heading to unlock D4. Hopefully no one forgets to unlock D4. It used to be a thing that happened, but I haven't seen that happen in a while. Yeah. D4 is interesting in this run, since when we go in, we're only going to be doing half of the dungeon, because finishing the dungeon starts a cutscene, or I guess it's like a little mini event thing where a ghost spawns and you have to like bring him back to his house and all this other stuff. It wastes a lot of time. So by doing that later in the run,
I think it saves like 5 minutes to split up D4.
yeah, something like that. Because yeah, if you wait until after you finish D6, or rather when you get the level 2 bracelet, it sets a flag that the ghost won't spawn. So that's when we complete dungeon 4.
Yeah, so they're basically just gonna get flippers and head to D5.
Dragon with a pretty big lead right now over everybody.
Yeah.
Though, I mean, he's only racing TGH, but he's coming up to obstacle skip, which is one of
the most
swag
important
things.
skip. This is the most important skip in the game. Let's see if they get it.
Saves 10 frames. If you fall, it wastes more time than you would save getting it both times that we do it in the run. Ooh,
See, Dragon not going for it.
I'm pretty sure Black and TGH will go for it.
Yeah. Let's see, TGH. Yeah, he goes for
Nice,
it.
he's got it.
And he gets it.
Black, not quite. Oh, he
did.
takes the time. He takes the time to line up the pixel.
Takes more
That actually
time
probably
than the
wasted.
skip
Yeah,
takes.
I'm pretty sure that wasted more than 10 frames to sit on that screen and just set it up like that. But it's swag. Oh, GT getting it as well.
Nice.
There's really not that much interesting about Dungeon 4, except maybe this jump coming up. That
This is a really annoying jump. Let's see if they get it.
nice.
Dragon getting it really
that was
quickly.
really clean.
Yeah.
TGH also
also really
nice.
well. Also, that room Dragon just went to, there's an extremely small chance that you won't get hit in that room.
I actually find that's bad because I usually get Acorn, and it drops somewhere where I accidentally grab it because Bow Wow eats him in front of my face or something. Yeah. Cue Ball, not a very difficult fight. You just stun lock him in place.
Pretty much.
Yeah, it's kind of a boring fight, but some people opt to get the fairy from him, but it looks like Dragon and Black both skipping it, and TGH as well. Oh, POP!
TGH getting it popped there. Wow, that's
Wow.
really
Oh,
early.
And Black getting popped there. That's so early. Wow.
That's really early.
Bow Wow really messed with them. So that's one of the instances where Bow Wow can really mess you up, because dropping that POP before D5 loses you 25 to 30 seconds in Dungeon 5.
It's a big time loss.
Just from not having it. And it's really not worth getting it later in the dungeon, to be honest. I mean, they might still grab it, but...
Yeah, that's gonna be another time save for Dragon. They're gonna mash Feather here to move a little faster.
Little frame savers.
Yep.
No POP drop outside D4 there for GT.
Well, Bow can tell you the Buzz Blob.
Ooh, nice. Good POP drop for Dragon.
Yeah, that's optimal pretty much in that room.
That's the room we wanted in. It could be more optimal if he dropped it like
Dragon already
super good
takes
room, but
Dragon already takes a hit.
yeah, with POP
you
you get
lose
3
your-
hits.
You lose your POP if you have to take 3 hits of damage to enemies.
Yeah, and it lasts until you leave the dungeon or take 3 hits.
Yeah,
Well,
dungeon
changing
or cave.
world maps, pretty much.
Yeah.
So, let's see if GT gets his POP. Nice. The first room. That's not a bad room to get it in. Makes this room
Yeah.
pretty quick too. But
Although
it
it's
takes-
a little slower because you have to wait and see if POP drops.
True.
That's why I never kill that guy.
So you don't actually fight the mini-boss in Dungeon 5. Because the real mini-boss... Well, I mean, I guess you can consider him a mini-boss, if you consider this has 2 mini-bosses, but the mini-boss with the portal, we don't actually fight in this dungeon. Which is Goma. So you guys don't get to see Goma fight. There's actually 2 of them. But yeah, we fight this Master Stalfos, who's pretty annoying, but pretty easy to kill if you have the proper strategies.
Yep. And if you don't mess up your Qs.
True. There's 2 different ways, or 2 different fights pretty much for him. 2 of his fights require you to hit him 3 times, and the other 2 only require 2 hits. So there's different strategies for those 2 different types of fights.
Yep.
Ooh, Blackstream having some trouble.
Yeah. Quite a lot.
Like 2 minutes behind now. Oh, here's a cool super jump. Swordless super jump by Dragon there.
We call those naked super jumps.
Yeah.
Dragon going for a damage boost here.
BH about to do it as well.
We're coming up on the early boss key skip. You can just dash over that pit in a certain position and you won't need the hook shot.
It's a pretty big sequence break too, because normally you'd have to like, after that 3rd Master Stalfos kill, you'd have to go all the way to get the hook shot and then come back here.
Yeah.
Just to get the pole bridge across. That saves probably a minute or 2.
Yeah, it's a big time save. Flag stream completely dying here.
TJH having some issues there. With the bloopers. Losing. Oh wait, he didn't have POP. I was like, did he lose POP there? He didn't have it. Okay.
Thank you. Wait, who?
TJ. I was looking at TJH because he got hit by bloopers in like a really awkward position, so I thought maybe he lost it there, but he didn't have it, so. Seems like GT and Dragon both still have their POP.
Yeah.
That's
They're
good.
gonna start getting rid of it soon though. Because it makes the boss a pain.
Yeah, the knockback on POP actually makes it harder to get hits on the boss. So the timing between slashes is really tight if you have POP. Oh no, GT having some issues in that room losing POP.
That's okay, it's not like that early.
True.
So I probably only wasted like 10 seconds-ish. So I don't think we mentioned, there's a frame-perfect jump in the room TGH is in right now. You can jump onto the hanging platform and it saves about a second.
Dragon losing his POP in that room there with the
that's
stars.
Good.
Yeah, that's where you want to lose that room or the previous room with the spark there.
Yeah, the reason they get rid of it is if you have POP, there's a much bigger delay between being able to hit the boss, and you want to hit him 4 times every cycle.
It's possible to hit him 5 times if you don't have POP.
Yeah.
So they're gonna do a little strat here where they stand in the middle so they can cover all 4 spots where Wall Snake can come out of.
Wrong button.
Just by moving from side to side, you can
Dragon
get his
missing
RNG.
it there.
Yeah. Lucky, good RNG there though to save it.
Yeah, still a 3 cycle.
So yeah, optimally you want the 2 cycle because it actually lines up perfectly where you can just stand in the middle and pull him from either side, no matter where he spawns. But then after that, it's pretty much RNG because the tail gets in the way.
It's 29, 25.
Three
nice
just got hit once there, he would have died.
Oh yeah. Should be careful. You can still get. Apparently, you can still get hit after you kill it. I seen someone lose a run to that.
Yeah, if you get hit before you kill the boss, there's a text box, and your hearts will keep running out and continue running out after that text box.
This is very sad days.
It looks like I got sub 30. It's not too good, but something.
Oh, looks like we got black back.
Yep. Lagging behind a little bit though.
Now we get to see Armos maze. This is where Bow Wow is actually helpful. He like
Sometimes.
yeah, sometimes. If you're lucky, he's helpful here. I'm assuming TGH and some other people want arrows from the Armos maze because when Bow Wow eats an Armos, they drop an arrow, 100% guaranteed. So TGH usually likes to skip one of the refills in Dungeon 8, which means he needs a certain amount of arrows
He might self-lock or something.
in order to do that.
Yeah, and there's a couple guaranteed kills in this maze.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, they're
Now
gonna
we're-
come up on the Armos King here.
Time to win it all.
Hopefully we see some boot strats. Dragon going for a strange boot strats.
Yeah, I've never seen this before.
Doesn't seem
Ooh,
to
we
have
get
panned out.
stunned. Yeah.
TGH also has his own strategy for boot strats.
Okay.
Dragon saved it. It's...
I knew I shouldn't have. I knew I shouldn't have gone for the top. Jump down. Fucking arm was nice.
Very clean boot strats by TGH there. See how black fares. Ooh, that was interesting. I've never actually seen that strat by black before with the spin slash.
Yeah. Let's see how GT handles it.
TGH is catching up a little bit to Dragon here.
Yep.
Black still has a lead over GT.
Oh, Dragon doesn't realize he's on 2 hearts. He's gonna die. Alright, he realized in time. That's good.
Nice. GT saving boot strats there. It didn't. His first charge was a little late, so he got bumped out of position, but he managed to save it. Here we got some cutscene eats by Bow Wow by creating a sprite on the screen before opening the key. It actually moves the cutscene to that sprite. Usually it's on a sprite that's off screen, but yeah, it puts it on screen and then Bow Wow is able to actually eat it, which is really strange, but it saves some time getting into D6.
Let's see who gets the notorious D6 pop.
Yeah, see if anybody gets it.
Yeah, D6 pop is most definitely the hardest to get.
Mhm.
Because you're so reliant on RNG.
Yeah, mostly with Bow Wow eating stuff in the maze.
Alright, Dragon didn't get it early. He might get it later.
It's a possibility.
But on that Molder, that's the last chance for it to actually save a lot of time.
Mhm. Well, you can still save time if you get it on the star.
Yeah.
Before the boss, since you have to switch equips there anyways. Or before the boss key, that is. Because yeah, you have to switch equips so you can actually save time doing that with POP.
Dragon doing some crazy pot strats here.
Just dodging while TGH does the invincibility glitch. If you hookshot something that can be moved, such as a pot or a block, up close, you can, while you're touching it, it actually makes you invincible to other sprites until you use an item or jump and stuff like that.
Yeah, also TGH actually got an early D6 pop.
Nice.
Not sure who else did.
Lots of super jumps coming up here.
Yep.
Just a flurry of them.
Also another flock clip coming up here. They're gonna clip past this key block.
You could just grab the key in the chest that's above,
Yeah, you could.
but it would waste more time than flock clipping.
Alright, you have a 3 pixel window for the super jump TGH did there. If you're too high up, you can actually soft lock, but there's a good visual too for it.
Oh no, Dragon!
No!
It's possible to get out with boots.
Oh, maybe?
Nice.
Alright, nice. Yeah.
That's
If you're too
was
high up,
scary.
you soft lock. If you're too low down, you don't get the super jump.
nice. He gets it. Black also getting it.
Alright,
That was scary. I
he's
was worried
saving
about
it.
Dragon for a second there.
Yeah, same.
That actually gives TGH a lead now.
Yep.
Getting pretty quick Horseheads, it seems like, since he's already passed the second flock clip.
Yeah. Ooh, Dragon's not
Horsehead's
doing too
trolling
well.
Dragon. Black getting some
Alright,
quick
fifth
one.
try
There we
for
go.
Dragon.
Yeah.
It's a 1 in 4 chance for the Horseheads to line up. So 4 or less tries is average.
You want 6 or less to break even with the other strat that's possible in this dungeon. The other route, rather. Yeah. This boss fight is interesting. You can actually hit the boss before he spawns. His hitbox is still there, even though he's not appeared yet. So you're able to get 3 hits on him before he even talks.
Yeah. This is the second hardest boss fight in the game.
Totally difficult fight here.
D4 boss fight being the hardest.
Timing out the last 2 bombs can be tricky. If you do it too early, you waste a bunch of time. But otherwise, it's not too difficult of a boss.
Also, his death animation takes forever.
More bomb triggers. TGH gets it. Nice. Skipping the owl again. That's another one
imagine-
that Black
I
might be
imagine-
able to do.
Yeah, I was gonna say that.
Yeah.
Okay.
'Cause he needs to save those bombs, because Dungeon 7 is coming up really soon. You need a lot of bombs for that dungeon. For the bomb
Dragon
triggers.
doesn't have feather equipped, so I don't think he'll be going for it.
Oh man, those bomb fairies trolled TGH really bad. No bomb trigger for Dragon. See, you can see Black has 10 less bombs than Dragon right now. At
Yeah.
the exact same point, because he did not buy the second set. So
Yeah, if you buy the second set, you have like a lot of bombs left in the end, though.
mhm. It also means you can actually mess up the bomb triggers in Dungeon 7 and still be okay. If Black messes them up, he could be in some big trouble.
Yeah, it's more of a safety than anything.
Mhm. It's really easy to mess up a bomb trigger though and waste 1 or 2 bombs.
Yeah. Because you have to press the direction of the transition and bomb on the same frame.
Oh, nice. GT got the owl skip as well.
Nice.
TJ's going to fight the hardest boss in the run. Here we see Dragon doing a cool super jump here, using the sword clinking as again to change trajectory through the air off of that P hat.
Yep.
It's probably the coolest part of D4. To be honest, the rest of it's
Yeah.
pretty boring.
It's the only cool part.
Yeah. Oh, Vlak going for slash strats.
Oh.
Saving bombs. He might have wasted a bomb somewhere.
Yeah, I imagine so.
Not have enough bombs, so he went for slash. That's so strange. It loses a bunch of time, but it'll save him all those bombs that he would have shot.
Yeah. I guess he did waste a bomb somewhere.
Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure he's supposed to have 11 bombs. So now we're gonna head to Rooster skip. The hardest trick in the run.
Yep. And this is also where Bow Wow can really mess you up.
True. This trick is double frame perfect. It is frame perfect. Humans can do that.
Shout out to YouTube comment section.
Yeah. So when you use the hook shot over a pit, it actually makes you stand on the pit. And for 1 frame when the hook shot comes back, you can Link is on solid ground, or the game thinks he's on solid ground, so you can actually use your feather on that frame to jump while you're on top of a pit tile. So we'll be doing that twice in order to cross this giant pit to get the bird key, and skip having to get the rooster, which saves over 5 minutes on this current route.
Yeah, but if Bow Wow gets in the way of the hook shot, it will hit Bow Wow, and you won't be able to jump and you'll fall down.
Well, it's still possible to jump, but
Well,
it'll
it's harder.
throw off your timing.
Yeah.
The timing's a lot quicker, and most of the time you don't expect it, because he just randomly walks in front of your hook shot. But here we'll see TGH try it. There's also a buffered version of this that we might see people doing. Oh no,
Yeah.
he equipped the sword instead of the hook shot.
Oh god, no.
That's it.
Also, these obstacle skips.
That actually catches him dragging up, like, exactly with TGH now.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Really close.
messing up Rooster Skip costs you about 25 to 30 seconds. Oh no, Dragon. That jump. Oh! Or Vlak, not Dragon, Vlak. He does like this weird... He does the weirdest Rooster Skip I've ever seen.
Oh, Dragon switching it over to buffered.
TGH as well. Because he's
Yeah.
like on top of the pit. It's scary. There we go. He does the second
And
one.
usually, if you try too many times on buffered, people will just switch over to buffered to avoid falling down.
Yeah, buffered makes it consistent, and the only problem is you have to buffer it, so it depends on how many frames you have to buffer. It wastes like 2 seconds every time you have to buffer over doing it unbuffered.
Yep.
GT coming up to Rooster Skip now.
Both GT and Dragon pushing the blocks instead of jumping over the left side.
I prefer pushing the blocks myself. I hate that jump around the outside.
That jump is harder than the skip, to be honest.
GT going for buffered now.
Yeah.
Nice. The first frame. Wow, first frame
Twice.
again.
That's really good.
That's really good. Yeah, that only loses you about 8 seconds. Though he did do a few unbuffered tries first, but
Yeah.
it's still really good. Another cutscene E coming up here. Eating the D7 open cutscene on black screen. You'll also see it on TGH's here in a moment. Breaking the rock here and letting it fully break is what sets the sprite for the cutscene to spawn on, so Bow Wow can eat it.
Yeah, they have to leave the screen for the stairs to appear. Also, D7 coming up here. This is a really cool dungeon with a lot of bomb triggers.
Black gonna start it off here with some bomb triggers. Hopefully not missing any, because he's only got 10 bombs.
Yep.
Gets a perfect first one.
We're gonna bomb trigger 4 times to despawn all the pillars.
Gets a perfect second one. Nice. Okay,
Nice.
he should be okay now.
Yeah, it should be fine.
Because you can buffer the last one. Oh, TGH with the throw and the drop. Lots of bomb triggers going on right now. We don't need this ball in this dungeon. It's useless. Nice.
Yep.
Black getting all the bomb triggers. And he still got the spare bomb, so he could save the equip here and do the swordless super jumps.
Also seeing different kinds of bomb triggers. I think I saw Vlak doing them on the pits, and the others on transitions.
Some transitions are easier than pits, I find. Like the second pillar, you only need to input one input as you transition. It's super easy. You don't even need to hold it. And then the last one you obviously do on a transition as well, because there's no pits on that screen. Here we go for Goomba Surf.
Let's see. This is a very RNG based trick. Vlak going for it with a sword.
Nice, he gets it too.
Nice.
TGH also getting it without getting stuck in the wall, which means
Dragon also.
there's only a 4-frame window to do that super jump without getting stuck in the wall.
Yeah, and they're transitioning while pushing into the wall so they can keep facing up.
This fight's interesting. Using bombs to kill this guy. We used to use the fire up, but now we do D7 first, so we have to kill him with bombs. There's a really interesting timing where you can like wait until he leaves the screen, pick up a bomb, throw it up into the air, and then it'll hit him on the perfect timing.
Yeah, there's actually both visual and audio cues for it.
Hmm. TGH uses audio cues.
Yeah. I don't know what the audio cue is.
It's something to do with the boss music. I can't. Yeah, I don't know what it is. I just prefer to stick to the visual one. It's pretty
Yeah.
easy for this boss.
You can
fight.
just put down a bomb when you enter the screen first time, and then put it down and throw it up once when you leave the screen, and you'll get all 3 hits.
Yeah, Black is also, his timer is about 10 seconds, or well, 8 seconds behind, and so that means he's even further ahead than he seems.
Yeah.
Still, pretty neck and neck race here for this late into the race.
Yeah, this is really close. G2, GT being pretty far behind. The other 3 are really close.
Though GT still has a chance,
Yeah, he
especially with
definitely
blue
does.
balls.
Yep.
Here's an interesting screen. Do not talk to Marin. It'll cost you 45 seconds. So you gotta stay low on that screen so you can jump over the pit and not touch Marin if you talk to her, yeah. You'll just
In
waste
fact,
45
it's actually
seconds talking.
very easy to jump over that pit because you can just dash into the cutscene and then just keep mashing feather and holding left and you'll make it over easily.
As long as you don't mash after the first text box, because there's like a point after the first text box where you can actually move for a frame.
Well, it's fine if
If
you hit boots during that, but not feather.
Yeah, but if you feather during that, it's not good.
Yeah. We've all been there.
You'll
Black
Flame
doing flame skip here. If you
Nice.
clip into the wall, you won't get knocked back, and you can move past it.
still costs you 2.5 hearts, but
Yeah.
another
It's
bomb
safe
trigger
getting
here.
the level 2 shield.
Ooh, TJ.
Also, that Moblin has to die because LADX.
Oh, well, it's because of Bow Wow. If Bow
Yeah.
Wow wasn't there, the Moblin wouldn't have to die, but on certain subpixels, the trigger won't work if Bow Wow's alive, which is really annoying for people not having the bomb trigger work when you're low on bombs already.
Yeah. Basically, in this game, if you don't know how something works, it's subpixels.
It's usually true as well.
I think we're gonna see some different D8 strats here as well.
Curious. TGH opened that wall, but he has enough arrows to skip the refill. He might not want to do that just because it's a race, yeah.
Yeah.
It's definitely sketchy because you have to kill Deathel without missing any arrows. He would have had 1 extra arrow.
I think they all did the same strat.
Or, well, yeah, similar strats
Yeah.
at least. Now we get to fight Blano. There's no skipping Blano in this category.
If you want to skip Blano, go run LA.
Yeah, where they changed the rules a little bit to allow it. That'll give us the fire rod with another cool little super jump here. There's so many little super jumps that are just really cool.
Yeah, and they just save a lot of time.
Yeah, especially that one. If you had to go switch the crystal switch, it's far back in the dungeon.
Yep. Dragon having some trouble with Blano. If you let Blano stun you, he'll hit you back to the start of the dungeon, which is really bad.
Yeah, if he does that huge charge up punch, knocks you out of the room back to the start. That's not fun. I've never done that in a run, but I would
have.
not want it to happen. Oh no.
It's okay, it was when I was still really bad.
Black having some trouble with cue ball.
Yeah.
Sometimes if you spin too fast on cue ball, you can actually just clink off of him before his hitbox is available. And that's super annoying, because then you pretty much have to wait for him to walk around like that. I'm assuming
This
that's
room
what happened.
here, this room, everyone is kinda has their own route in this room.
Yeah. Pretty much shout outs to GT for that room. He hates it.
I mean, if you screw up one input, you have to start the room over.
That's true. It's super annoying. So there's our last
Yep, Flak doing a Jesus jump here. If you pause until you see the splash sprite and you buffer a jump out of that, you can jump off of the lava.
Hoping for some good hot heads here. Ooh, nice.
Oh, nice one cycle.
Oh, TGH didn't get the one cycle.
Hothead's HP is a very big mystery.
He's super strange.
Let's see. Wang Boys?
Did we get Wang Boys?
Twice?
Wang Boys from TGH? I didn't see Black.
TGH changing his aspect ratio.
Wang Boys?
Yeah, Flak got it. Let's see if Dragon gets it. Wang Boys?
Hype.
Alright. And they're gonna be moving on to the final fight here, which is a lot of RNG.
Oh yeah, this is the most RNG, and it's super annoying because it's at the very end, and
It's very fun when you're
there's
to this.
There's like 3 different RNGs. There's the blob quick kill, which can lose you like 10 seconds. I guess 15 seconds if he's super mean and doesn't die on the first cycle.
Yeah.
And then blue balls, where you lose 8 seconds for every blue ball you get. And then there's Deathel, where he can just decide not to open his eye because he's a jerk.
Yep. They're gonna do a bomb trigger here to open up the egg.
Yeah, it starts the cutscene. You cannot open up the egg with this cutscene if you don't have all the instruments. It will play it, but it won't open the egg unless you have all the instruments.
Yeah.
So we can't beat the game in like 5 minutes.
It essentially just plays Marin's song on the ocarina, like you normally would.
Yeah, it's playing it on your bombs pretty much.
Yeah, we completely skipped the ocarina with bomb triggers.
Oh, nice. Flex timers or flex stream is up to time.
That's good.
So yeah, we can see the real difference between him and GT right now. There's still a chance he can catch up. Anything can happen. People have had 17 blue balls in runs before.
Let's see if we can get blue ball quicker than this run.
Let's not. But yeah, pretty much anything can happen. If Lack would somehow get like 10 or 20 blue balls, GT could easily catch up. But no jinx.
Also, the path through here, in any casual playthrough, you would read a book and it will show you the path through here. But if you never open that book, the route is always the same.
Yeah, it's really nice because you always get the same.
Yeah, you don't have to like remember.
Black going for the spin slash strat, I think, on Blob Quick. No, he's still.
No, it's just a different setup,
He's
and he
just
gets it.
Yeah.
That's partially RNG based.
That's 10 seconds of time lost avoided. Ooh, TGH not getting it. He's gonna have to sprinkle some powder on this blob.
Yeah, you need to be on a specific vertical pixel, and it'll stun lock him. But RNG can like make him get out of stun lock or just kill him.
Yeah, now we get to see it. If they get blue balls, there's one blue ball for Black.
Yep. It's actually possible to manipulate Aghanim here. If he moves back to the same place, depending on whether or not you're on an odd or even pixel, he will shoot a blue ball or an energy ball.
Only one blue ball for Black.
That's good.
It's gonna make it hard for GT to come back, but there's still Deathel.
Yeah.
Though I'm pretty sure Deathel won't waste that much time. We'll see.
Well, I mean, he can
finishing.
waste a minute.
That's true.
I think that's the worst I've ever seen Deathel behave.
Dragon's still getting blue balls over here.
Yep. Yeah, they just dash into Ganon until he dies.
Nice Dragon getting... Oh! A little too early releasing that Moblin kill. Oh, one dash too early. Wow. So it's either 1 or 2 slashes too early.
Yeah, I think you have to hit him 12 times.
And Black's still on Deathel. He is not being nice.
Nope.
There
And
we go.
the thing with Moldorm is he doesn't like go away when you hit him enough times. You have to like actually count.
Yeah, and then let go.
You just get a feel for it.
So Black finishing with an SRL time of 55:12.
Nice.
TGH also about to finish.
Yeah, that's a good race time.
Wow, that race was really close between
Definitely.
Dragon and TGH. Holy.
TGH getting a 55:36 on SRL.
Yeah. Dragon also finishing with a 55:43. That was so close.
Yeah, that was insanely close.
Though, I mean, it's to be expected. These people are like the top players on this game, so
Yeah, definitely.
I guess they're what, the top 5, excluding
Think so.
Hanky. GT gonna be finishing up soon here after he does this last Deathel fight. Even still, like GT had a really good race still. Like he's probably gonna get a 56, like late 56 or early 57. If Deathel cooperates.
Yeah, I think 56 could still be possible. It's gonna be close.
Yeah, he's running out of time.
Maybe?
It's about 16 seconds after he dies. No, there's no.
Nah.
Oh wait, maybe.
Oh,
Yeah,
maybe.
no, it's gonna be like a 57 flat or a 57:01 on.
Let's see.
It's like 15 or like
Yeah,
16
SRL
or
is always
17
good.
seconds.
SRL is always gonna be later either way, so
57:02, pretty close.
SRL time
Getting
of 57:06.
Yeah, still really nice runs by everybody
Yep.
there.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go edit these results. Really nice. Okay.
Yeah, that was definitely a really close race. Alright, seems to be Vlak and TGH winning here.
hmm Which is funny because they're gonna be racing next.
Yeah.
Black versus TGH will be next, and Dragon versus GT.
The timer
Nice.
fonts are different because they're captured from their streams.
hmm It's just their personal fonts. We could
Yeah.
enforce people to use the same fonts, but that's kind of, I don't know, it's not that big a deal.
It's kind of arbitrary.
Oh, Black got that was a race PB for him, too. By like
Nice.
14 seconds. Okay, there we go. Updated all the stuff.
Cool.
Should be all up to date. I guess I can put 0 points in there for now. Okay. So yeah, next we will be having TGH versus Black and Dragon versus GT, which will start in a little bit, and then there'll be another 2 matches after that that will be commentated by Bamboo and Shoto. got everybody joined in the IRC, in the IRC again. Race channel.
Yep.
Got the layout fixed. Well, everybody swapped into their correct race positions.
Credits are supposed to be transparent because they alternate every frame, but if you stream in 30 FPS, half of the letters are just invisible.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it like swaps the letters every other frame. So yeah, if you're running 30 FPS, you're skipping half those frames. So
It's pretty
half
funny.
the time it looks like half the letters are there, and the other half are the next frame. It's really weird. But you can see it on Dragon's screen right now, and GT.
Well, the stream we're looking at is a lower frame rate, so it might not be a thing.
I still see them alternating.
Now let's see if we're gonna get another close race this time.
Mm-hmm. Should be nice to see some more close races.
And maybe even some 54s.
So yeah, for those watching, their times do matter in these races, since the top two runners from all the races that they're going to be doing in these groups will determine the top two to play in a final race against each other. And if there is a tie between two players to decide who gets into the top two, they'll be using the sum of all their race times from these 3 races that they're doing.
Yep. Seems like everyone is ready on streams. Just waiting for them to ready up on SRL.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, they're getting ready.
Yep. Should be starting in a minute or two here.
Yep.
Just waiting on Black. Sorry for the silence. Looks like he's back and ready to go.
Alright. We'll be starting in a couple seconds here.
Yeah, they're starting on SRL, so the stream will catch up in a few moments.
Alright, there we go.
Oh, here we go.
That took a while.
Yeah, but we got the next race going, so it should be interesting. So last run we went over the rules and stuff. We'll hold off on that for this run, and then the next commentators will do that for the next run probably after this.
For any new people coming in.
So, yeah, just to start here, everything's pretty easy at the start here. There's just a little bit of RNG with some mobs, but otherwise, everybody's going to be coming in from the top here on the screen towards the sword. It saves 40 frames just to come in from the top instead of the left there.
I think GT missed the damage boost.
Yeah, I think he might have got the damage boost and not gone far enough. I don't know.
No, he didn't.
Black also got boosted too far down.
He probably missed his left input and just walked straight down.
That actually only loses you 3 frames, so you can just avoid the damage boost if you want to be safe. Because it wastes more frames if you get a bad damage boost.
Yeah, the color differences are different in capture cards and emulator.
So Black and TGH are running on console, and Dragon and GT are both running on emulator. I believe they're both using Gambate as well.
Yeah, their color is still slightly different though, but that's probably OBS settings.
Yeah. Or GT could be using BGB, I'm not sure. It's hard to tell in the forest, the colors are pretty bland in the forest.
Okay, they all get that first try, that's good.
Yeah. Black getting trolled a bit by the bat, but otherwise. So we're gonna come back to Moblin skip again, so we didn't really explain much about Moblin skip last time, but pretty much you want the Moblin to go straight up. It's RNG, so it's like a 1 in 4 chance he goes up, and then you can reset the screen to try again, or hope he goes up, but then you need to bump him to a certain pixel, so you can sneak by him around the corner and get him to shoot you up across the pit, which we should see here on Dragon screen in a moment, as the last one to get Moblin skip, but looks like we've got some decent starts here.
Yeah, I think GT and Dragon both got Owl skip. Not sure about the others.
Moblin trolled Dragon a little bit there.
Yeah, same for GT.
Yeah.
Also, this is another text box on the shopkeeper here, or whatever he's called. You can match the second text box of being you'll skip one.
The explanation on how to play the game. It's a little skip. It only saves like 2 text boxes, I think.
That saves 1.
That's only 1. That's not much of a save, but going back into the shop. Black probably gonna just take 1 set of bombs again.
Probably.
Which will catch him up to TGH a little bit, actually.
The mushroom route is not really safe. And we haven't really
It's
tested
pretty
much with it yet.
experimental.
Yeah.
It's really new, and it really messes with POP. That's the main problem.
Yeah.
So you're gonna have a really hard time if you go the mushroom route getting kills in Dungeon 1 because you skip 4 keys kills, and you also skip a bunch of kills before D1. I mean, you can make them up with the Octoroks, but it's more difficult. And not getting POP at the right time can lose you a bunch of time.
Yeah, and it also introduces new self-locks because you can get a white screen of death and you won't be able to do anything.
Yeah, using the mushroom, it's pretty... I think it's pretty easy to get a white screen, actually, in LADX. And if you get a white screen, there's no way to save it, unlike in LA, where you can actually cancel the white box out. Yeah, so it's a pretty dangerous route. And it only saves, like, 4 or 5 seconds.
Yeah, Blackstream is having some issues.
Black is gonna go for the Villa jump again, though, because he got the early key. The early chest.
Okay.
I didn't notice that last run. I thought he skipped that, but...
Also, the kills on these spike beetles don't actually count if they fall in the pits.
Mobs that fall in pits don't count as a kill. You can test that in the overworld by killing one mob and throwing another in a pit, and only one will be back when you come back to the screen, because he didn't count as a kill. These races are really close right now.
Yeah.
Black's still having some buffering issues. But... here he goes for the Villa jump.
Oh, let's see how many buffers. Ooh, not getting a very good Villa jump here.
It's already not worth it.
Yeah.
You need like 3 buffers or less for it to be worth.
And that's an example of getting screwed over by the global frame rule.
Yeah. Still a really cool trick to see.
Yeah, definitely.
Mini boss fight is nothing to talk about. 2 shots from the arrow and he's dead. Moldorm, on the other hand.
It's the case with a lot of mini bosses in this game. They all die to 2 arrows.
In my opinion, Moldorm is actually the toughest boss fight in this entire run. Like, in terms of dungeon bosses.
Yeah, definitely.
Because the other ones, we all have, like, easy strats to beat him, but, like, Moldorm can just screw you, like, hit you into the pit and you lose a bunch of time, or just, like, protect his tail by having really awful RNG.
Yeah, sometimes you'll just have, he'll just go straight for you and hit you into the pit and there's nothing you can do about it.
Oh yeah, we should explain super jumps. So super jumps are a trick you'll see a lot in this run. It exploits using clipping, which lets you go inside of a solid block a few pixels by coming at it from the edge. If you clip into it, jump, and then hold against the wall, and then use an item to face away from the wall, mid-air, such as a sword, arrows, or fire rod, you can jump off the wall like you're jumping off a ledge. You can also do it without a sword or item like that by facing away from the wall before you jump, and then pressing against the wall mid-air so you don't change directions, and then pressing away from the wall. It tricks the game into thinking you've jumped off the top of the wall that you jump off of, which are a property of all the walls in the dungeons. So if you're able to clip into a wall in a dungeon, you can super jump off of it.
Yeah, you can also only super jump on a wall where you could normally anywhere just jump off of.
Doesn't work a lot in the overworld. There's almost 0 spots where it works.
You can't do it on trees, for example, because there's nowhere where you can jump off a tree.
Just a byproduct of, like, I guess you could call it like lazy programming, where they just use
Yeah.
the same tile for all the walls as they use for ledges in the dungeons. So they just like made it like a global thing. So
At least it helps us.
mhm. Everybody's still generally pretty close to each other getting Bow Wow.
Yeah.
TGH getting the flock clip really quickly. Another spot where Bow Wow control you if he decides not to eat the flower.
Flag
Wow,
and
it's-
GT synced up. Wow.
Yeah, insta eats. That's really nice. GT also getting a second flower eat there, which could help if he's behind on kills, like he was last time.
Yeah.
TGH getting the
Oh, he was.
proper POP.
I think he was behind on kills.
Yeah, he was. So everybody getting POP where they're supposed to. Nice. Good start to the race
That's
here.
good.
Good start to D2 for everybody, I should say. Ooh, nice Zorlax clip by TGH and Black.
Yeah.
Shout out to Zorlax. Another easy mini boss with POP.
Yep.
Yeah, we're gonna get to see this ghost room again. So they're gonna line up in a door frame here and then slash as soon as the ghosts are in range, and it'll teleport them to the other side. They just walk off screen. It's very interesting.
Yeah, if you hit them too early or like move into the room after hitting them, they'll come back into the room.
GT showing off the old strat since he still hasn't switched over. Ooh, nice RNG for TGH there.
Flak as well.
Green tunic as well. Everybody seems to be getting decent RNG. Oh my god, that bunny is trolling Dragon
my
so
God.
hard. And now the Stealthos.
Amazing.
Wow, that was
I think
some
it's-
major trolls.
It still has POP, luckily.
Yeah. POP makes the boss easier in my opinion, just because like your muscle memory on movements in the boss room gets really
Yeah.
messed up if you don't have POP, I find. I end up like not going far enough into the wall before I throw the pot and stuff.
Also, a thing to note on this boss fight, you actually have to move towards him to actually activate the fight. Multiple times I've just stood there at the entrance, not doing anything,
Yeah, I
without
always
the boss
buffer.
being triggered.
I always buffer or jump into the room so that I do that. Oh, GT scared me there. He paused before the thing broke, so I thought he wasn't far enough into the wall that it didn't break. But he still got it. Really nice boss fights by everybody there.
Yeah.
Another use of clipping to break the game, where you only have to throw the pot once instead of 3 times.
Both of these races are really close right now.
Yeah, so by clipping into the wall and throwing it to the right there, or to the left there, inside the wall, it actually smashes it instantly. Instead of having to pick it up and do it 3 times. Or 2 times if you're playing German. Shit, that's the German version of LADX. Especially with the buzz blobs.
Best version, to be honest.
Yeah. So now we're gonna get to see Villa Skip again.
Yeah, I don't think it went too well last time. Let's see how it goes this time. Ooh, TGH with the 2 buffer.
Wow. Wow, Black got it really fast as well, but I couldn't see how many buffers because his stream's
Yeah.
lagging. But he's keeping up with TGH, so it was probably 1 or 2 buffers.
No, GT only also with the 2 buffer.
Wow.
And Dragon the
Dragon
3 buffer.
too. Wow,
Wow.
Dragon getting a quick one too. Really
Those
good.
were all really good.
Yeah. So that's the same trick that Black did in Dungeon 1, where if you pause on the frame that you fall into a pit, it'll push your sprite downwards, so you can actually clip into the bottom of the screen and transition to the screen below. And then it can't
Also-
land on any of the bushes.
I don't think we mentioned this before, but after Villa Skip, where you like warp across the screen, that's not a wrong warp. The game just keeps making Link fall until there's solid ground to land on.
Yeah, he can't land on any of the bushes.
Because he's clipped so far into the bushes that the game thinks he's standing on the bushes.
Yeah, and you abuse that again to exit the maze by clipping into the pit by like 1 or 2 pixels, and then transitioning down a screen, and you end up. The game thinks you're on the bush, so it just like keeps you falling into the solid ground, which is how you get out of the maze. So hoping for some POPs here.
TGH got it.
Nope. Time for the soft lock prone
Yep,
super jump. Nice.
nice. That was good.
Can't see if Black got his POP yet. Oh, early POP for Dragon. That could be dangerous, because being ahead on kills means that you have even less room for Bow Wow to eat stuff on the way to D5, and it's already dangerous with the normal route.
Yeah, it's really gonna need to hope Bow Wow doesn't eat a lot.
Hmm.
If Black is having some internet issues, I think.
Yeah, it's too bad. It sucks. Hopefully we'll get him back soon.
Yeah.
So you have to do the super jump twice. There's a chance to soft lock each time. No one's soft locking so far.
Yeah, it's actually kind of difficult to learn, especially if you're new to the run.
Dragon missing it the second time. There we go. No soft locks.
Next.
Looks like Black is also in the final boss, or the boss of the dungeon. So he made it without any soft locks. POP generally makes this boss fight much easier, but it can also be really annoying if it decides to not let you split the boss.
Yeah. If you don't have POP, you would normally equip Feather here, because you can't hit him as much as you can with POP.
Yeah, it does twice the damage, so spin slashes work better with jumping. Nice. Black, yeah. Seems like he's only a few seconds behind TGH now. Not going for the bomb trigger, but TGH gets the bomb trigger.
Yeah.
So that gives him a little bit more of a lead since Black can't go for it.
Let's see if GT and Dragon get it. No, GT doesn't go for it.
GT likes to use old strategies. As you could see in D2 when he does the ghost room.
No, Dragon doesn't go for it either.
Yeah, I don't think Dragon goes for that, but he does go for the D6 one, I believe. Or maybe he doesn't, I'm not sure. He didn't get it last time, so I'm not 100% sure. Coming up to the next bomb trigger. So yeah, bomb triggers, really important trick in this run. Saves a bunch of time here. By placing 2 bombs within a certain amount of frames of each other, you can activate cutscenes on screens that you don't have the requirements to activate, such as getting this walrus to fall into the water without having Marin. So you do it by placing a bomb before you transition and after you transition to trick the game into letting you place 2 bombs.
And Black going for the sideways walrus skip again.
He gets it. Nice. It's really dangerous because bad subpixels can actually make you soft lock on that walrus skip.
I thought it was
doing the method from the top. He doesn't do. I don't think he does the consistent way because he actually skips a menu.
Okay.
He saves a menu to do the dangerous way, I believe, unless he did the safe way that I didn't see. But to do the safe way, you don't do any diagonal movements into the screen, which requires an extra menu because you have to buffer it. It's really weird. It still saves you the time of going to the top, though.
Yeah, and no, the roller skip on the top is actually dependent on subpixels. You either have to move straight up or on a diagonal, depending on your subpixel. And if you move the wrong way, you soft lock.
Nice, no one falling in the pit.
That's good.
Hopefully we won't see any of that today. It's a big loss of time. It's like 10 to 15 seconds or something.
Yeah.
It's super annoying if you fall in that pit. Nothing super interesting coming up.
Yeah.
Just trying
Also,
to avoid Bow Wow eating stuff.
Yeah, it might also be a good idea to intentionally take a hit somewhere here, because an acorn can drop in your way and waste time.
Sure. You usually take some hits running through these mobs.
Yeah, I usually take an intentional hit on the screen where you have to pick up rocks.
Yeah, that's not a bad place, because they're usually in your way anyways.
Yeah, and you can usually just dash into them if they're not.
Yeah, so this is where it becomes dangerous for Dragon. Mostly, because he got early POP in D3.
Yeah.
So he's hoping Bow Wow eats not very much stuff this whole entire route into D4. So we're still going for the POP counter since we last got it in D3. We can only get 30 kills, and we want it to drop in D5, otherwise you're going to lose about 25 to 30 seconds. Obstacle skip coming up.
Yep. TJ gets it.
Easy. 10 frame save.
Easy every time. Vlak is also gonna get it.
Nice. I think Dragon's the only one who doesn't go for it. Purposely. Because it wastes so much time if you fall in the pit.
Yeah. It's just a swag skip.
But very important.
Yeah, I think Dragon's gonna be fine on kills.
Yeah? I
Think
didn't
so.
notice the first half of this part, so I didn't see if
I
he got...
was kinda paying attention to his stream. Okay.
It could drop. We might not even know if it drops on, like, cue ball or something.
Well, we'll know if it doesn't drop for a long time in D5.
Yeah, if it doesn't drop near the start, we'll know for sure. Yeah, we're only gonna do half of D4 here. Skip the second half. Just skip this stupid cutscene with a ghost.
Yo, Vlak
Side
not
quest with a
taking
ghost.
damage.
Nice. Dangerous, because I don't like doing it because the acorn chance, but...
Also, cue ball is another one of those mini bosses that cannot drop a POP.
Yeah,
And if
mini
it would
bosses can't drop.
with it, if it would drop with it, then you wouldn't know.
Yeah, you just get the fairy anyways, but it still resets the counter if it drops on that kill. Which would be really bad for anybody, because you'd be wondering where your POP is, and you've never seen it, so you get really confused. Dragon and GT still close to each other too. There's some close races.
Dragon could get pop here. Doesn't.
Okay, that's a good
good.
sign. I don't see
Still-
anybody else getting...
Still 2 more enemies that could drop pop before D5.
Actually, 3.
3?
If you get really unlucky with the Buzz Blob. The Buzz Blob,
Oh, I was referring to the Buzz Blob
like
too.
you
Oh
have
yeah,
the
the
like
like
as well.
I guess. Yeah.
Yeah. It's possible to eat the like. He doesn't usually
Ooh.
and now he's gonna eat
And
it.
there's-
There's POP. Dang. That
I
sucks.
would probably have gotten it on a different
Oh,
enemy anyway.
He didn't eat the
Hmm.
why can't I remember what they're called?
Tektite.
Tektite, yeah. But yeah, he didn't get it on the Tektite, so he might have been fine if he didn't get caught by that like. Though I mean, he might have got a different RNG on the
Yeah.
Tektite, so
Also feel
It's
like
really
Bow Wow is more likely to eat that Tektite if you have a lot of kills already.
early POP for Black, good POP for TGH. It looks like.
Let's see what GT gets.
GT caught up to try again.
Yep.
That.
And he's gonna catch up more if he gets pop.
Nice. Good
Nice.
pop.
That's a good position.
It's nice because all the mobs are dead too, so he doesn't take any hits on the POP.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's why I usually try to kill off everything in that room first, and then pick up the POP.
Sometimes it drops right on you and you can't really help it, but
Yeah.
that's gonna give GT a big advantage in this dungeon. As long as he's able to keep that and not mess up anything else really big.
Also,
Nice Helmets
key
are kills.
pickups are also based on the global frame rule. You can only pick them up every other frame, and they bounce for 1 frame the first time.
Dragon getting Acorn.
Ah, did he pick it up?
Yeah, it spawned on
that's
top
shame.
of him. It dropped like it literally dropped right on him.
I mean, it
Sucks.
wouldn't really have mattered with pop, but it's just slow to pick it up.
Yeah, it just wastes the time that you have to skip the text for.
Because if you have either Acorn or POP, neither of those can drop again until you get rid of that.
Not that it matters because you don't.
Yeah.
There's not really any other time where POP is going to be useful for him to get anymore.
Yeah, realistically, the first place you could really get it is like when he's backtracking through to the Helmosaur room. And at that point, it's just not worth it anymore.
Yeah, especially since you have to take 3 more hits. Then taking those hits takes time.
Yep.
Coming up to the jump for TGH. Nice damage boost.
Let's see if he gets it.
It's a pretty tight jump, but POP makes this easier.
Yeah.
Nice, first try.
There's also an easier setup. If you just bonk against the left wall, it will line you up perfectly for the jump.
Mm-hmm. Oh no, Black missing it.
Ah,
Second try. Still good.
yeah.
Now they're gonna go get hookshot now that they've already skipped the thing that they need hookshot for. So we're gonna need hookshot to beat the boss.
Pretty far behind.
Yeah, it's that POP.
Yep.
GT getting a second try jump there pretty much. Still not too far behind. Only
Dragon also getting second try.
room and a half or 2 rooms behind.
Yeah, he can still catch up.
There's definitely plenty of stuff still left in this run with RNG. Good hook shot. Will he get the pixel jump?
Let's see. Ah,
No. Just falls. There's also a pixel jump on the way to hookshot. There's like 5 frames where you can make a jump without stopping in the second room. But no one really goes for that, it's kinda risky.
Oh, Flag doesn't get it either.
Nope.
It only saves like a second.
Yeah, it's not a huge time save, but it's still cool to get.
Also, Dragon is lining up with a certain vertical pixel where if he spin slashes, he'll be lined up with the Stalfos person perfectly, so he can just shoot 3 bomb arrows to the right. Master Stalfos is what I was looking for.
Dragon gets it! The only one to get the jump.
Nice.
TPH going for the 2-cycle strat here on the boss. Nice, gets it. It was
Also,
really close.
Dragon with hookshot strats.
I prefer hookshot strats myself, because dealing with Helmosaurs with sword is a pain.
That's true.
Doesn't leave you
just
too
kinda-
much time.
I've just kind of accepted to deal with Helmosaurs at this point.
They suck, but Black going for 2-cycle strat. Oh no, picks the wrong side. He moves before instead of reactionary. But
Dragon falling
oh
down.
no, is GT gonna catch up to Black? Oh no, misses the pull. There we go. So TGH taking a lead now with his 2-cycle strat, paying off.
I really
Nice.
thought Dragon was gonna miss that one there.
Did he get a 4 slash on the first cycle?
I'm not sure.
Because he only did 3 slashes there, so I guess he did. Really nice. That actually saves a little bit of time. If you manage to get the 4 slashes on the first cycle.
5.
Or, yeah, 5 slashes.
Yeah, he takes
You need
8
4. You need 4 slashes.
Yeah, you need at least 4.
Well, you could do
twice.
3 and then 5 as well.
Yeah.
But if you only get 2 slashes, you're guaranteed a 3rd cycle.
I think it's possible to get 6 in tasks. Not sure about that.
Well, in this proper route, no soft blocks are recoverable in this run.
Yeah,
But
in
for the tournament, we have different rules in order to allow people to keep going if they accidentally soft block with a small penalty.
yeah, if it were for no wrong warp, no out of bounds, where save and quit is allowed, most of the soft blocks would be recoverable because
Except
you can
white
just
screen.
save and quit. Yeah, not white screen or walrus skip soft block.
White screen is pretty much run over for anybody.
Yeah, same with walrus skip. Because walrus skip doesn't allow you to use your menu or your buttons in general, aside from arrow keys.
Here we go with Lax bootstraps. Oh no.
Oh, he's stunned. He saves it though.
Yeah.
Very nice save.
GT going for bootstrap. Nice. Looks like he's got it this time.
There we go.
Nice. Now we get to see Dragon try it. TJ's going left side. Getting that eat on the Armos for the extra arrow. Uh-oh,
Ooh.
Dragon got caught.
Still saved it
Nice
really.
save. Yeah. That was actually a really cool save.
Yeah. Didn't even need to bonk.
Cutscene need to enter D6, I'm assuming. I missed it.
TJ is pulling really far ahead.
Yeah, he's got a pretty big lead now. Or a decent sized lead. Shouldn't say
Yeah.
It's big. It's still easy. It's still
I
not
think it's still like about
crazy
a minute
for
and a
Black to
half.
catch up.
See if anyone falls in the Zorlax pit. Shout out to Zorlax.
Black going for the arrow only cutscene eat to save his bombs, because he only bought 1 set. Takes a little bit longer, but still works.
Let's see if anyone gets the 6 pop. I don't think TJ caught it.
No, I'm pretty sure I didn't see it, but
Ooh, Flag gets it.
nice. Early POP for Black. That was like perfect positioning for it too.
Well, it would have technically
Because like it was
been
already where he was
faster.
standing.
Yeah. Would technically been faster to get it on the first mini molder.
True, but
But
most
this
people
is still
skip
really
that
fast.
guy.
That's true too. Dragon doesn't get it.
It looks like Black's the only one who got early POP.
That saves quite a lot of time though. If you get it.
It's a pretty decent time save in this dungeon. I think that's one, but most people don't go for it, so it's like, it's not something we've really timed.
Yeah, I think D6 is the second longest dungeon. D5 being the longest.
D5 sucks.
Yeah. D5 is really hard.
Here we go for the soft block jump. Nice, no soft block for TGH.
Nice.
Oh, Vlak not getting the strat with the sword
That's gonna be a
because of
problem.
POP. Yeah, especially with how spread out they are.
Okay,
He had to
just
waste
saved it
2
with
bombs
onside.
there. He's gonna be short on bombs though now for dungeon 7.
He could get more bombs when he re-enters D4 maybe, but that would be
Or
really slow.
I'm pretty sure he's gonna go for that same strat he went last time and save those 2 bombs on anglerfish.
Oh yeah,
The slash strats.
he'll be
didn't
fine if he does that.
I didn't see TGH's Horsehead luck.
Neither did I.
That cost Black a lot of time, actually.
GT taking his time here, so he doesn't soft lock.
Very nice. GT passing Black now. Easy boss fight. TGH gonna finish this really quickly.
Let's see GT's horse heads and Vlax. Ooh, GT gets it first try.
First try for Black too, wow.
Wow, really good RNG.
Yeah. Good flock clips too. Let's see how Dragon's RNG fares.
Third
Third
try,
try.
that's
That's-
still okay.
Yeah, that's not too bad. Still a time save. Over other strat.
Yep.
TGH got first try as well, apparently. And he gets the bomb trigger. Nice. The RNG in these runs have been pretty crazy, to be honest.
Yeah, definitely.
That's 3 first try horse heads
Wow,
in the same race.
that's insane.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're gonna go back, finish up D4.
Yeah, now that they got the level 2 bracelet, it put a flag that we don't get the stupid ghost when we beat D4 anymore. Which is odd, I don't know why they put the flag there, because did they expect
Yeah.
people to skip D4? That's really strange.
Maybe they had speedrunning in mind.
Maybe. I didn't see if GT got the bomb trigger, or Black obviously didn't go for it. He's got the same
Yeah.
bombs as last run, so yeah, he's gonna do the same strat on
Dragon doesn't
Anglerfish
get it.
again. He tried for it.
Yeah, he did, but he didn't get it.
Oh, I missed the cool super jump on TJ's screen.
Yeah.
Going for this. Oh, he didn't get the quick fall.
Yeah, that's the thing. If you like clip into a wall on a 2D water section, you can just dive down.
Super fast.
And you don't even have to come at it from the side, you can just push into it.
You just gotta make sure you hold jump long enough.
Yeah.
If you let go too early, you can miss it. Or if you jump too early, you can miss it. So we'll get to see the super jump here from GT and Black. They're gonna jump off this wall, and then their sword's gonna clink off of the P-hat and change their direction midair.
GT doing a damage boost off the Salfos there.
Nice. Really nice super jumps.
Super jump on Dragon screen.
Black going for those spin slashes. Same strat as last time. Definitely makes for an interesting anglerfish fight.
Yeah, definitely. Dragon going for the regular strat. Shoots one to the left. I think he did that last run.
Missed that last round.
I know someone did it. I'm not sure if it was Dragon.
Black and GT like neck and neck. Too bad they're not racing each other.
Yeah, that
that's
would
still
be
good
a
for
really
you.
close race.
It's still good for GT's time, since he had a 57 last round. He'll have to make up some of that time. Oh, I missed if TGH did obstacle skip. I'm assuming he did.
Alright, coming up on Rooster skip.
The best trick?
Well, the trick is getting to the room.
Don't fall.
It also makes it harder to do that jump if you clip into the blocks, because you can't move right earlier.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
stop
he's
moving.
sliding. Going for the buffered strat, because he's sliding way too much. He's, like, in the pit. Another hook shot probably would have made him fall.
Ooh,
He's gonna go for buffered again.
he fell.
Oh, he falls.
Ah.
He got the fall after the hook shot. There was no
That's a
saving that.
shame.
Yeah.
GT going for obstacle skip and he gets
Nice.
it.
Black
So
as
does
well.
Black. Nice.
That's gonna catch Black up a lot there, though. That fall, costing TGH probably
Yeah,
30 seconds there with how long he spent in that pit.
Black can actually catch up now.
hmm Really sucks for TGH, but makes for an interesting race.
Yeah, I think Black is only about 20 seconds behind now, if that.
Yeah. 15-20 seconds probably.
Ooh,
Here he goes.
missing
He
the
does-
dash jump.
He doesn't do the dash jump actually.
Oh, really? Oh.
Yeah, I just realized that. But he does these awkward things where he's like spamming, hoping for the thing to work, and it just
Yeah, I
he's
think he fell.
falling.
Yeah, he fell.
yeah, that's too bad. Well,
I think
that puts
GT
us-
got it first try though.
nice. Dragon going for it.
Let's see.
Double
First try,
firsties. Let's go.
Nice.
Oh, sick. I think that's the first double firsties we've seen this
Yeah, I think
showcase.
so.
Black,
Black
going back
for it
again. He doesn't do the boost jump. He gets that jump, the first jump, like every time. There we go.
There he goes.
Nice.
Yeah, it's actually, you can just, if you're facing a wall, standing next to it, you can just like mash feather and hookshot and you'll eventually jump,
Mhm.
and you're
Black
more
seems
likely
to
to get
prefer
it.
those kind of jumps. He does the same thing before D5 boss, where he clinks off the side of the wall there instead of like
Yeah,
hookshotting across.
except there it's not as risky.
Mm-hmm. Cutscene 8 for TGH. Getting him inside the dungeon.
Also, they actually have to do a late super jump at the start of D7 there, so they don't end up in the wall.
Mhm. Doing it with sword makes it easier as well. For some reason, doing late super jumps with the fire rod is really difficult. Bomb triggers.
I think that's
Nice.
because super jumps are delayed a little with fire rod anyway,
Yeah,
so it's just
Probably.
different timing.
nice bomb triggers by TGH so far.
Really
there we
nice
go.
last
Really
one.
good.
I think he timed that instead of just pressing the input at the same time.
Good cutscene for Black. Good to see everybody doing their bomb triggers here. Hopefully not running out of bombs. It's really scary for Black because he only has one spare bomb here. It takes 9 bombs in order to do all the triggers.
Yeah.
8 for the triggers and then 1 for blowing up the wall. So he has 1 spare bomb that he can mess up with. Whereas everybody else had like 10 extra or something.
Maybe he'll buffer it.
He didn't last time, so we'll see.
We'll see.
Out of that menu's not too bad.
Doesn't.
It's the third pillar that worries me. Oh, the second one too, because it's going to the pit.
Okay, not wasting any yet.
Miss Goomba Surf. I'm so worried about his bombs though.
I think he's gonna be fine.
Yeah, he's fine now, because you can just buffer that one and you can just go for it. GT going for Goomba Surf.
Flack having some trouble, but he got it.
Okay, nice.
If he hadn't gone that, he could have just gone upstairs and gotten extra bombs.
It's also bad if you get the first 3 pillars, but it's still a big waste of time.
As long as you
Ooh.
get to the point where you bomb that wall, you're fine.
Nice! Dragon gets Goomba Surf. GT still trying.
Nice.
He messed up the jump the first attempt he got, so now he's got to retry.
Yeah, Goomba Surf is supposedly a 1 in 4 chance, but it feels much more like a 1 in 6 to me.
Yeah, you also have to be clipped exactly 1 pixel into the wall. You can't be 2 or 3. Otherwise, he'll get stuck in a wall. Nice! He gets the good jump
Nice.
too, though, where he doesn't get stuck.
Also, TJH opens his save and quit menu there to avoid falling in that pit.
Mhm. Your movement is locked midair, but opening the save and quit menu for some reason unlocks your movement midair and just lets you like move out of the way of falling into the pit. Good eagle fights though from everyone.
Yeah.
The Goomba Surf does work in LA. It's a relatively new strat, so some people from LA still haven't started doing it, but
Yeah.
it's way easier than the one that they've been using, where they bump a dude into a corner to super
Yeah.
jump off of him.
It's actually required in LA because you don't have the hook shot in D7, I think.
Hmm. GT and Black are neck and neck.
Yeah, this is really close.
Dragon just a bit ahead of GT.
No, he's pretty far ahead, I'd say, like 20 seconds.
Yeah. TGH with an even bigger lead ahead of Black. It'll be tough for him to catch up, but it's still possible.
Yeah, it's gonna come down mostly to the Nightmare fight.
Hmm. It seems like Nightmare Fight is the biggest decider. Like, you can get completely screwed over by Nightmare Fight if blue balls or death will just decide to like ruin your day.
Yeah.
Usually it doesn't happen, but there is still a chance. So,
Yeah, it's especially frustrating when you're on a good pace.
oh yeah, and he decides to give you like 3 or 4 blue balls.
Yeah, you've just been playing really well the entire run and you just get screwed by RNG. It can happen.
Hmm.
I think TGH actually got 8 blue balls once when he was like really far ahead of world record.
Dang. The worst I've ever had was like a minute and a half ahead of PB, and then he gave me like 10 blue balls.
Wow, 10.
Yeah,
I think
it
the
was
most
it's pretty sad.
I think the most I've had is 7. I'm not sure.
That's still awful.
Yeah, definitely.
Anything more than like 3 feels awful.
Well, that wasn't on a PV attempt, fortunately. That was just console practice. That was good.
What is Dragon doing? Lava swim. He has
Oh,
bombs.
interesting.
Oh, does he not have arrows? Maybe.
Huh.
No, he has arrows. I don't know why he lava swim. That's cool though, showing off lava swim like that.
Maybe just swag strats?
Yeah, probably. I would assume. Fuck, having some trouble with that jump.
Yeah, if you transition at a certain point where you're falling in the lava, the game doesn't know what to do, and it just lets you swim in the lava.
It is technically the fastest route if you get first buffer, but maybe
But
that's why
that's
Dragon
hard.
does it. Yeah, global frame rule. Well, actually, it's not global frame rule. That's
Yeah.
just actually timing. What am I talking about? It's just the frame that you land on the lava. There's not really any RNG to it. It's just skill.
Yeah. It's really hard to pull off first try,
Yeah,
though, so it's
yeah.
not worth it.
I mean, you see it every time that you go to fight the boss. People
Yeah.
usually get 2, sometimes 3 buffer jumps. Sometimes you get 1 buffer, but
Yeah.
Blano fight. Shoutouts to not skipping Blano.
I'm surprised nobody's done a Blano skip tease yet.
I'm glad that they haven't. It's a waste of time, to be honest, and it
Yeah.
doesn't count. Here we go for Hothead. Let's hope for a first cycle.
Yeah, nobody
that's
really
really good.
That's
Wow.
really good.
That was a really good first cycle Hothead.
That's the fastest I've ever seen.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the fastest fights. That boss is so annoying.
Yeah. Nobody
know
really
from
knows
experience.
how his HP works.
I mean, Tompa might know, but
Yeah. Wang boys.
Wang boys with the aspect ratio spam, making sure we notice his Wang boys.
Yep. Flag and GT are still really close.
GT chooses not to jump in this room because he has enough trouble controlling the platform, apparently. According to him. Oh, he did do a jump, though.
With my route in this room, I just like have a straight line at the end, and I jump during that.
Hothead being kind of mean to Dragon, giving him a couple cycles there. Letting GT catch up a bit there.
It's still possible for him to win.
Nice. First buffer for Black there on the lava jump. Yeah, GT and Dragon are actually really close still.
Yeah.
Probably like 20 seconds apart or something like
GT
that.
with the one cycle.
Nice. That's a good time save for him.
I think Flag also got a one cycle. Not sure.
TGH already had the egg though. Black's gonna have a hard time catching up. It would take some monstrously bad RNG for TGH, but it's still possible.
Anything can happen. Also, I don't think we mentioned this before. For the Aghanim fight, the first two are guaranteed energy balls, and after that, it's a 50% chance for a blue ball.
Based on your positioning.
Yeah.
And global frame roll.
And still pixels and all that.
So, yeah, so you can't really manipulate it consistently. Only if you get a blue ball and he doesn't move. That's like the only consistent manip we have.
GT also approaching the egg.
Yeah. TGH going with the standard solve for the maze, since not reading the book makes it always the same. Left, left, up, right, right, up, left, up. Never forget Alurulu.
Yeah, I think a lot of people actually put that on their splits or layout.
Yeah, on the last split. I've seen a few people doing that. Help them remember. It's ingrained in my memory at this point.
Yeah. After you do a couple runs, you just know.
Ooh. No quick kill on Blob there for TGH, but didn't get trolled, so he still got it in 2 cycles instead of 3.
Nice.
Now it's time for blue balls. See how many he gets. Hoping for 0, I'm assuming. He would hope for 0. So there's the first 2 normal ones. Now it's time for the
starting now. Lining up in the middle of Aghanim here, so he can manip easier.
Blue ball.
Ah. That's
Oh,
2.
another blue ball. Black gaining ground. 8 seconds for every blue ball.
3.
There's 3. He still needs 2 normals.
Yep. Average
Oh, no.
RNG is 1 or 2 blue balls.
Yeah, 2 should be average.
Ouch,
Oh no, he's got 4. This is not good.
No.
Did we curse him? There we go.
That's
That's
a
his
normal
3rd. One more. Oh no!
5.
5 blue balls.
I don't think Dragon has gotten any
40
yet.
seconds lost. Wow, another one. 48
Ouch.
seconds.
Okay, Dragon
now
didn't
Black-
get any, I don't
Black
think.
is on blue ball, or Black is doing
Wow.
Aghanim now too.
What's this, 7?
Oh gee.
8?
7 blue balls?
Ouch.
That's insane. 8?
Oh, wow.
Black only needs 1 more normal. Has this really turned around because of blue balls?
9?
What is going on? Black
Holy
gets a blue ball. This is some bad RNG right here.
10.
10. Wow.
Black is done.
Oh my god, Black completely caught up. Dragon's in the lead. 11?
Oh my god.
This is
insane.
ridiculous. 12?
Are we gonna
he
get
going
blue
for-
ball world record? World
Is he
record
going
is
for
17.
world record now? 13? What is this orange? TGH has to be
I've
mad.
never seen this.
Any runner would be so furious right now.
14?
14?
Are we gonna get world record? No.
Whoa, Dragon just died!
Wow. Ouch.
He doesn't
He
have
needs
enough
to
arrows. He's gonna
get
go
more
back and
arrows.
buy arrows now. Oh,
That's gonna
TG's
require him to
finally
die,
done. So he got 14 blue balls.
That's really painful.
Yeah, that's painful. The most painful part is he didn't even get to get world record blue balls, and he still lost that much time.
Yeah.
Wow,
He was close though.
the come behind kids, dude. GT and Black were in last place
2
in
seconds
both
apart.
races, and they both come back from the final fight. That is incredible. Wow, that was
Finished 2
crazy.
seconds apart.
Yeah. Wow, Dragon
Both
taking-
2 seconds
to go
added
back
for
to
their
10.
SRL
Wow.
time.
What did they get on SRL? Black finishing with a 55-17 on SRL, and GT with a 55-19, improving his race
Oh,
PB
TGH
by
could die.
49 seconds. Oh yeah, this is like the same thing that happened to Dragon.
Oh,
was
he did!
on Deathel as well. Oh no!
This must have be the worst nightmare fight he's ever had.
Does he have arrows? He died with all his arrows though, so he's
Yeah.
still good. He just has to. Oh man, he's got to redo blue balls again.
He took a lot of damage to blue balls.
Yeah, and every second here is counting though, because if they get ties, they're gonna be counting on their overall race times. This has been an insane ending. Who would have
Wow.
guessed that the positions would completely swap in the end there?
Yeah, that was insane.
I don't think I would count any other blue balls here on top of his 14 for blue ball world record.
Yeah, and this is exactly what LADX can do.
Yeah, this really showcases just how awful this final boss fight is in this run. The RNG is so stupid. It can just completely ruin your run.
It's the worst part of the game, definitely.
I feel bad for people who are watching this that want to run this game now because they probably don't want to run this anymore after seeing that RNG from TGH. But it makes for such a good race because of the RNGs, you know? Like, it's awful when you're running and it happens to you, but the game is still fun. It's just so frustrating when that happens.
Also, when they enter this room, they mash bombs to skip some text, and let's say it's about 10 seconds.
Mhm.
It also gets rid of the music, though. Unfortunately.
Yeah,
I really
it
like
makes
it.
a really awful sound when it happens.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see how many blue balls. 1. I don't know if you got any before this. I just seen this. Oh, there we go.
Dragon. I don't think Dragon
Did
has
he get-
gotten any before this.
Did he
I'm
get
not
3
sure
blue
at all.
balls? Oh, I guess he got 3 blue balls.
No,
according to
Dragon is
chat.
getting one there. Yeah, I don't know how many Dragon got before this. Finished Aghanim though.
Easy Moldorm.
Seems like they're still both going to be able to get sub 1 though.
Yeah, they should still get sub 1, which is still
Unless Death will troll.
not a bad time, though they might not be happy with it because of their actual PB times.
Yeah.
But most people would be happy with a sub 1. Or at least
Yeah.
not too upset for a sub 1.
What are the chances of 2 runners dying in one race?
Yeah, that's crazy. Also, 14 blue balls. Let's not forget.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
I have no words
That's
for that.
just insane. Is Dragon gonna get a sub 1 here?
It's gonna be close.
He should. He'll be fine as long as Deathel cooperates.
Shooting a little early.
He's got plenty of arrows.
TJH
He bought a lot of
finishing with
arrows.
TJH finishing with an SRL time of 59:15. Is it gonna be sub 1?
Oh man,
I don't think it is.
He's got about 20 seconds.
Let's see.
Okay, he's good.
Oh yeah, he's good. Sub 1.
1.
So they move into the corner there, and when when they mash away the texts, they just hold up left and they hit the staircase on the first possible frame.
It's really nice lineup.
Yeah.
And there we go.
SRL time of 59:50.
Dang.
Flag and GT both getting really good runs.
They were the comeback kids.
Yeah. I mean, TGH and Dragon both dying.
Yeah.
It's
Wow.
insane.
That's crazy. Let input their times and scores and stuff.
Yeah.
Alright, so
Standings right now are 0 points for Dragon, 1 point for GT, 1 point for TGH, and 2 points for Flak.
Black taking the lead there. There's only one more race to go. So,
Yeah.
Black should be guaranteed at least top 2, though it's possible. It might
Yeah,
not
I
be
think
possible anymore,
Maybe.
depending on the time that someone else could get at GT or.
No,
what
TGH
time
is
Black
racing
gets.
GT, so...
Yeah, but their
Yeah.
times still matter. Oh wait, no.
No,
Yeah,
no,
GT is
'cause only one of them can win.
Yeah, only one of them can win. So he is guaranteed top 2.
So it's Flak versus GT or TGH in the finals.
So there should not be any ties. So I guess that means that's it
Yep.
for us.
Yep, we're gonna be giving it over to Chodo and Bamboo.
So I'll talk to you guys later.
Yep.
Good evening, gentlemen. So, what do we have here? We got a great race so far. Unfortunately, I didn't catch the last few words of Xander and Disclude. I'm just waiting for my co-commentator Jodo to also be ready to set up Discord so we can get this thing going. But yeah, the rest, like, I just arrived for the rest of the second match, but that was really insane. Like, what you saw right there, that's definitely LADX. That can be games, just a perfect example.
A perfect example, yes. Hello, Bamboo. Good evening.
Good evening to you, my man.
Oh, it's
I'm also really excited. This is really great what's happening right here. We have like really good runners, and I mean, like, the thing is, like, we have TGH, who's like really known to play so consistent, and you can see even like a super consistent runner like TGH can like screw up in the end and lose like to the final boss. I mean, of course, really unfortunate RNG right there. There's really not much you can do there.
all the skill in the world, just can't make Aghanim throw a red ball at you.
Yeah, like we said, the first two balls are 50-50, and then it's just blunt RNG. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know if you compare it to A Link to the Past, if it's worse or better, I can't say. But at least, like, with A Link to the Past, you have a max of, like, 15 blue balls, if you don't screw up to return any of the blue balls. In LEDX, like, it can go up to, like, an infinite number if you get really unlucky. So shoutouts to the races so far. That was a great show so far. Unfortunately, I just think like Dragon won't be able to make it to the finals. That one seems to be decided so far.
He can still play for Pride at this point as well. You know, put in a real good showing at the end and try to redeem himself a little bit there. I mean, because he did so incredibly well for the most part, but just had that horrible luck toward the end. You know.
Definitely. Like, I mean, also the thing is, the first run was really not that far apart. I mean, he finished the game, what was that, like 7 seconds after TGH?
Right.
And being with the first race tonight, that is a very good show.
Absolutely.
Yo, and also once more shout-outs to Xander Tier 10 and Xander and Disclude, who like did really good commentating on the first two runs so far. Yeah, appreciate it very much.
Now we have to bring our game to make sure we do just as well.
Definitely. And yeah, like you probably heard the voice is getting a little lower, probably.
Yeah.
Which is totally good, by the way.
This is late night commentary. This is when you turn the lights down and, you know, put on the smooth jams and listen to us talk about a video game for 2 hours.
At least for us in Europe.
Yeah. It's the middle of the day for me, but I'm in a dark room, so I feel like it's still nighttime, you know.
Getting ready for the LED after dark setting.
That's right, yeah.
So I don't know how we should do this with the races. Is there like they only have one race, like there's only one race channel, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I just can enter that. Like, because we got 2 more races to come this evening.
Right.
Also, in case you're tuning in, we got a tournament for you guys tonight. We got a LEDX showcase race/runs for our tournament coming up in September.
That's right.
So if you're interested into the game and if you're still if you're willing to learn the game, there's still plenty of time to learn the game. It's a short speed run. Like with 1 hour, we got games to like take the quadruple amount of time to finish. At least in the main category. I mean, we're not starting with any percent right here. That's not where we're going.
Right, yeah, of course.
Yeah, and we're also getting the runners a short break here. Also, don't underestimate the challenge of finishing 4 races/3 races in a row.
That's right.
So that should be also physically quite challenging for our runners tonight, but we talked that through before, and they are totally fine with like doing this sorting for us tonight. So I'm really glad we got the runners tonight together to do this thing.
Yeah, perfect for the showcase that we were trying to put on. You know, really demonstrate the talent and this, you know, that's on display here.
Definitely. And also, we got only top 10 runners right here.
That's right. Actually, I think I have it queued up right now. TGH is first. Vlak is third. I'll give you a quick shout, and you are fourth currently in the world. GT is fifth, and Dragon is sixth. So, I mean, we're talking very top guys, yeah. And to give a shout out to Clued and Xander, they are 10 and 13th.
Yeah, not too far behind though. I mean, like I used to say these days, sub 55 is basically free.
Yeah.
Which is not true, obviously. I mean, like, I'm grinding these days hard to get the sub 54, and it won't happen. And also, we have to like shout outs to Black and Teach, who already have the sub 54. Teach even having a sub 53, which is just an insane time right now.
Yes, absolutely, yeah, unbelievable. Never thought in all my days it would get that low. In all honesty.
Yeah. So our runners are also like setting up again. We got like the third of 3 matches in the group phase, which will decide which who will be the 2 runners of our 4 runners to enter the final. The final being at 1 versus 1.
Yes.
And we'll see. Like the run before really showed that anything can happen. You can have the best RNG, you can have the bust run, and it all comes down to the final boss fight. And that is what we love and hate about this game.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Currently just observing in the IRC chat how our run is going to be. It's only going to be 1 race channel, am I right?
Yes, that's correct.
That's okay. I just dabbled in, you know. And I'm really excited. Like we got like Teach, who has been grinding the world recce in spring for like just hours and hours. I mean, I'm talking about non-stop streaming. It was really like every time I went on Twitch, I went into Teach channel, he was like grinding LEDX non-stop.
Yeah.
And we still have runners like Dragon CO, who you could say who should be a little rusty, just because he hasn't been that actively running LEDX the last few days, and still like having such a good race. And that is the fun with LEDX. Of course, the skill still matters. That's what you still have to say, of course.
Of course. Did we just begin, actually?
Let me see. Oh, yeah. Sorry.
Looking like we just did. Okay, so... Yeah,
Okay.
Continue, please.
No. It's just like I was still on the speedrun channel.
Yes.
Just a quick question, Joe. Do you have audio on the commentary we stream?
You know what? It's not coming through for me right now.
All
I'm not
right.
sure
So
if it's
for me
supposed
also.
to or not.
No, it's okay. So we do it just that way.
Yeah.
So we got round 3. Getting the hype.
Hype! Come on.
Hype.
Oh, that was a good one. Ooh.
And we're really excited to see
feel
how this
tingly
race is
now.
going.
That's
Having really nice walks on the beach right there.
Very
And-
romantic with the spined enemies and the Octoroks.
And we got our runners going for the quick sword here.
Ooh, looks like 3 out of 4 quick swords. Poor GT did not quite
Yeah.
reach.
But he also got the sort of second best quick sword with sticking out your shield, which enlarges your hitbox, which makes you able to pick up the sword a little quicker than you usually used to.
Right. I suppose I should actually do a quick rundown for anyone who was not here for the other races or doesn't know the category very much. All
for
4
it.
runners are doing any percent, no save and quit, no wrong warp, no out of bounds, or no scoop for short. It means literally you do not use those 3 things. You can save and quit, or rather bring up the save and quit menu to skip text on chests and things like that. You can also use it for some of the tricks later in the run. And no wrong warp, of course, means no warping to any place that's not intended in the game design. And no out of bounds means you stay within the designated walking tiles for the entire run. Pretty simple stuff.
Yeah. That's like the rules. Like it's a mouthful if you compare it to no major glitches. We just like we like to have long arbitrary naming for the categories we run in IDX.
I would actually push to make it longer if possible, but most people seem pretty content with those.
And for you guys just tuning in, we got the first trick/skip coming up in the game. It's called Moblin Skip. They're trying to manipulate the Moblin that he looks up, and then he will shoot an arrow which will boost them over the pit. Non-developer intended right here, as you might imagine. And it's also like some RNG involved in there,
That's
you know,
right.
like.
Yep, 1 in 4 chance for him to move upward. I believe, if I remember correctly, when he moves right, it becomes 50% that he will go up, but it's only when he moves right. So you can kind of manipulate the Moblin a little bit and get him into a position that will allow him to fire you over the pit.
Yeah. but you can like get the perfect Moblin skip and save a lot of time. You can also lose like easily 30 seconds, and I'm not like over exaggerating right here.
No, not in the least.
Can easily lose so much time on that skip.
When you're first learning this game, if you choose to do the no reset route, sometimes you are stuck on that Moblin for a very long time, and it's agony at times.
Yeah. And we got also one of the hardest tricks coming up in the game. It's called Trendy game.
I still miss it on occasion.
We all have been there. And actually, it looks like TGH had the best Moblin skip. He's currently a little bit in the lead compared to Green Tunic, who's just leaving the Trendy game right now.
Yep.
And
I believe Block actually missed first try powder.
yeah.
Ooh.
No, he got. Did he get it? He got.
He went out and went back in. I believe he did.
Oh yeah. Oh my god, that is really unfortunate.
That is where's Sanctad, because he needed to see that.
One of the hardest tricks in the game.
Right, it really is. I mean, we're not exaggerating. It's mind melting. The skill involved.
You can see them entering the shop after getting the powder from the Trendy game. They gonna steal 20 bombs. Some of the players might be only stealing 10 bombs. Depends on their routing.
That's
like
right.
You're pretty free these days to decide whether you want to steal 20 or / buy 20 or 10 bombs. And also, you have to say stealing is an intended part of the game.
That's correct. Yes.
Unfortunately, if you steal and get back into the shopkeeper is killing you, so you just gotta roll with that.
Yep.
In the English version, you are called Thief after that, after you stole from the shop, but we're playing in Japanese, so we don't care.
Yeah. Most of us can't read it, although I have been told that it does actually change your name to Thief, or the Japanese equivalent of it in the text, but it's not as blatant as the American version, which is just massive, capital letters. I think it even has an exclamation point at the end. They definitely shame you for stealing in this game.
It does in the German version.
Oh, yeah.
It's Thief exclamation mark.
Yeah.
And in that way you can like steal 20 bombs, which we will use later in the run, and you steal a very OP item right from the start, which is the bow and arrow.
That's correct.
And you will see that one later when they are killing mini bosses in a very quick, particular manner. Just because you're not supposed to have the bow that early in the game.
That's correct.
You can see them. They all finished. They all entered Entity 1 by now. And on Dragon's CO screen, we're seeing he's picking up the feather, which is a very good item in the game. It not only lets you jump over pits, it also makes your diagonal movement way faster.
And it is incredibly vital for super jumping, which is actually one of the next things we're going to see in just a moment here. For anyone who doesn't know, super jumping is essentially you clip a few pixels into any of the solid walls. To simplify it, basically the game thinks you're on a ledge because you're clipped into the wall, so you can actually use it to give yourself a much higher jump, and you can go much further than was ever intended by the game designers.
We just saw that on Green Tunic screen, and it's a bit finicky if you're starting to learn this game, but once you know the mechanics, you can pull it off pretty consistently.
Definitely.
If you only know the game from a casual playthrough, it's a pretty cool jump, and it still blows my mind that something like that is possible in this game.
Yes, absolutely. It is truly. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
It also makes up for pretty cool routings in the dungeons. It is a thing that is mostly used in the dungeons, just because of the way the tiles are developed in the game. I don't want to go further into it. I probably couldn't because I don't have that knowledge nor the language skills to explain that properly. Oh, and we got, unfortunately, Black SR getting kicked down by Moblin, which is the boss in Dungeon 1. We probably should also talk about the boss. Like, in Link to the Past, he is known to be sometimes kind of a dickhead.
To put it very mildly.
Just because his patterns are so RNG based.
Right.
He takes 4 hits to be killed, and Black did go for a spin slash threat, which is a little bit more risky. It's like a high risk, high reward thing to save like 1 or 2 seconds. He got the bad RNG. and drop down the pit, which is no biggie. Like you saw last race that they just can, like, the cards can change any moment.
Yes, absolutely.
Just because there's so many RNG variables in the game.
That's right, yeah. It's kind of a running joke in the community about how it can come down to blue balls, but I mean, as you saw in the last race, that is genuinely true at times. It just will decide to troll you for as long as it wants to.
Yeah.
And there's nothing really you can do about it.
Well, we can see all players or runners finished D1 entering right now on Dragon's screen with a really good time. 8:37, I guess that was. He was entering the Moblin cave, where we are supposed to rescue Bow Wow.
That's right.
Which is
our truest friend.
Which is just a black ball. We're supposed to imagine that he's a dog. And he's the fellow who has to eat some of the flowers which are surrounded by the end, which are around the entrance of Dungeon 2, which we'll see shortly. And also you could see, like, the fellas were killing lots of enemies on the way to the Moblin cave. Those were just not random kills. They actually killed those enemies to increment a kill counter. Probably you can say something more to that, Jodo.
Yes, the piece of power counter is, it runs underneath the game coding. It's every 30 kills will give you the piece of power. There are some stipulations. You can't get it on a boss, or even a mini boss like the Moblin King, for example. If he was your 30th kill, it won't drop because it does not drop on any bosses. Bosses also count towards 2 kills, if I remember correctly, but you have to route your kills in order to make sure you get them at appropriate times, which we just saw on Dragon's screen right now. That's
perfect
the first
piece of power right there.
That's right, perfect. That's the first drop of the game, and that's exactly where you want it to be. It's beneficial in Dungeon 2 and Dungeon 5 the most, in particular Dungeon 5, because it is still such an incredibly long dungeon, even with all the secret breaks. But I digress.
You also have to add that once you leave or enter a dungeon, the piece of power effect wears off. So that is why you want to have the piece of power right at the start of lengthy dungeons, so you can make use of that piece of power effect the longest time possible.
Yep. And the benefits of piece of power are basically increased power. You knock back enemies with your sword, but you also have extra movement, which makes you go faster, because that's the point.
We can also see on Green Tunic stream right there, also the double damage effect next to the mini-boss. Really easy. He only takes 4 normal slashes and he's gone just like that.
Yep. You can spam him into a corner and he has a very bad day.
Yeah. The bosses are looking very frightening in this game, but they're actually really easy.
Yeah,
thanks to good routing of piece of power and also to, like, just advanced strats to finish the bosses.
Yes.
And one other thing we got coming up in Dragon CO's screen right there, he's finishing the 3 enemies in a particular order to make that chest spawn, which contains the Dungeon 2 boss key, the Nightmare key, if I can recall correctly.
Yes.
And Green Tuning having a little troll there. Like the enemy patterns can really troll with you. Can give you a hard time.
Yes.
But
and you do have to kill those. Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, you do have to kill those enemies in a certain order as well. The stone beaks, which are of no use in a speed run, do tell you earlier in the dungeon, they mention you have to kill the rabbit first, then the Stalfos, and the bat. And yeah, especially with the moving Stalfos, you can just... Oh, no, wait, is the bat second? Yeah, the bat second, excuse me. He can really screw up your day if he decides to walk in front of you.
It's the bunny, the bat, and then the skeleton. You can also, like, some comments in chat about the chain jumps from A Link to the Past. Yeah, like, those are actually one of the many cameos in this game.
Oh, yes. It is filled with them. Absolutely filled.
And we also forgot, like, to say something about the quick kill. You could see, like, the runners ahead, how it was performed by the runners ahead. We probably should just talk about when we're watching Black is All right here. We got the first phase where he's just shooting fireballs at us. And then we got a sweet trick here. When we buffer sword and bracelet, we can pick out the bottle instantly. Equip bombs, drop the bomb at the top there. The ricochet from the bomb pushes him to the left. We fire another bomb arrow and the boss is just gone like that. So, like, with some manip and really advanced strats, the bosses are really conveniently to finish.
Yes, and I believe, including mini bosses, maybe with one exception in the entire game, basically every boss does have some form of quick kill, or at least a way that's highly optimized and perhaps not entirely developer intended in terms of the strats.
And we can say a really flawless play by Dragon CO so far, being far in the lead. Also because like Black had some issues with the Trendy game.
Yep.
We can see he's the first one to enter Villa Skip, which is a huge side quest skip. I don't know, maybe you can help me out with this one.
Right, well, actually you can see on Dragon's screen he's picking up a leaf. What that actually is the third key, the third dungeon key, the slime key. Those leaves, however, belong to a gentleman who lives close by the name of Richard. I do not remember his name in the Japanese version. He's also another cameo from another game.
Oh.
He sends you back to his castle to basically get his golden leaves because rich boy problems, and he will reward you with access to the back garden of his villa where you can get the key. But we as speedrunners just decide to say we're going to go over this hole and get there quickly because it's much faster. It actually saves, I believe, last count was over 5 minutes of actual game time, getting all the leaves throughout the castle, fighting the enemies and everything else. So it's a massive sequence break.
It sounds about right. And also the thing that makes this possible is just like our out of bounds rule set, because the pit is a like sort of normally accessible tile. That is like sort of our explanation for this trick not being out of bounds.
Yes, you can transition from the screens normally, albeit in one section, but it was intended to transition from those screens, so it is allowed under our guidelines.
And all of the runners made it through Villa Skip. Teach had a really tough time there. He had lots of buffers, and you can see like the trick you have to do there is just like buffer as long as you hear the dropping down the pit sound. You probably heard that on Dragon's stream. You have to wait for the falling down sound and then just start the screen transition. That is how you can get into the little garden where they did dig for the golden leaf, which turns out to be the key to Dungeon 3, where all our runners are right now.
And we have, I believe, Dragon is the first one to get past the... Oh wait, no, there goes TGH as well, getting past the Dongos. Very risky super jump strat, but there is a chance of soft locking there.
Oh yeah.
Another kind of meme in the LADX community.
Especially in races.
Soft locking. Oh,
this
yes,
is
absolutely.
very frightening, especially in races. I mean, if you do a normal speedrun attempt, you don't care about it probably too much.
Right.
Because you just can't reset. It's only 15 minutes into the run.
Yep.
And it's not, you're not having that of a hard time. With race rules, you'd have to reset and go through the dungeon all over again. It would mess up your piece of power counter.
Yep. It would make the rest of the run much more difficult by comparison.
But we can see Green Tuning also getting through the Dongo skip. Very great. High octane play right here.
Yes. It is cranked. You can't tell by my tone of voice, but my toes are tapping. I'm so excited.
No, actually, the runs are really going good. Like, it was unfortunate with missing the Trendy game. That's one of the things that can happen in a race. Dragon having a 16:36 on picking up the third instrument in Dungeon 3. That is great time right there.
Excellent time. Yep. Anything sub 17 is good, but being that low is exceptional.
Yeah. It's like I said, except for Black SR, all runners having really good runs. Having a sub 17 for D3 in a race is usually a pretty good sign.
And also should be noted that with the piece of power, which I believe Black still had, also makes the third boss a little easier. You kind of manipulate them a bit with their falling patterns, and you essentially stun lock them to make sure that you can get them to fall where you need them to, and kill them by the door, which is the optimal quick kill for the boss.
Oh yeah, that fight is so much more annoying when you don't have a piece of power.
Yeah, it can
which is
really
actually interesting, because right now we're seeing the no save and quit routing, which is the main category of Link's Awakening DX. There's also a category which has the same rule set, except for it allows saving and quitting. which is unfortunate to the piece of power routing, because once you reset, you lose your piece of power counter, which makes it really hard to get piece of power at all. But still, like in this category, people were also killing so many enemies that they actually get piece of power just because it makes that dungeon-free boss kill so much easier.
That's correct. Yeah.
Also, we should talk about the thing that is happening in Dragon CO screen there. You saw him like bumping there against the wall and screen transitioning downwards, and suddenly the walrus is starting to
walrus.
suddenly the walrus is starting to hop up and down and dropping away. The folks who probably only played this game casually are thinking, yeah, you need Marin for that. So, Chodo, please help me out. What's happening there?
Well, what is happening is bomb triggers. There's a few theories abound as to what's making it worth doing. There's some theories about how it rewrites memory or the coding. What we know is that you can manipulate certain game triggers by using bombs. The game reads the bomb as the necessary item or NPC, in this case Marin and the Ocarina, which none of the runners have. But using the bombs, they can trick the game into thinking that she's there singing for the tub of lard, I believe the bear calls the walrus. And he will, he'll do his jiggle dance and he'll throw himself in the water and you can go right through. It comes with a heavy risk, though, because there is, as the joke goes, a risk of soft locking there.
Oh, yeah.
What causes the soft lock is you lose control of your buttons and your functions. You can move, but you cannot do anything. If the walrus has not budged, there is nowhere to go. You can't cut through the bushes. You can't even save and quit and start your game over. It is a true soft lock.
You have to do a hard reset.
And you have to do a hard reset, which is... It happens to everyone. It happens to the best of us even. Luckily, so far, no one has actually had it happen, which is a big relief, because it would carry a big time loss.
I have to do a shout-outs to Stando93, my boy. He was like sort of infamous for soft locking at Walrus skipping races, so shout-outs to Stando.
Indeed, shout-outs to him.
And yeah, we can luckily see that all of our runners went through the Walrus skip fine. And currently advancing to the enter of Dungeon 4. You could see them like picking up the Dungeon 4 key. They're advancing to the Dungeon 4, which is a really rather, to me, sort of annoying overworld transition you have to do there, just because you have to like just equip the boots and dash through the overworld through lots of screens.
Many screens and many tight turns, and it's probably one of the biggest overworld movement sections in the game. Probably later towards D7 gets a little heavier as well, but a lot of dashing, which can be pretty annoying. But luckily, one of the things we're getting on this route is the first obstacle skip coming up, which always gets us excited.
We got on Dragon CO stream right there, so I'm pretty hyped about that. Let's see if he gets it. It's a free frame window, a free pixel window. Oh, he's not going for it. Shame.
Doing the smash instead.
You can jump over the obstacles there and save like 15 frames or so. So it's not that big a deal, but the LADX folks like to treat it as a royalty skip.
That's right. So much so that, I mean, the chat's probably maybe saying it, or even in the LADX Discord, everyone's talking about banning Dragon right now because he did not do it for the third time, or for the third run, and it's just gonna make the boys angry.
He's still in the lead though, having still like the sort of half-minute advantage over to Black SR, who lost like probably half a minute on messing up the Trendy game. But still, like, half a minute is really nothing, you know. This can still come down. And we can see Dragon really wanted to make up for the first two runs right here.
Yeah, he's going all in.
Doing a great run so far.
Yes, he's on excellent time. And it shouldn't be having the two losses shouldn't be a reflection of his quality either. He's an excellent runner. Just the bad luck sometimes gets you and just ends up ruining your runs, even when you're on an incredible pace as he was for the first two.
And that's just LADX.
That's right.
Also, another thing to note, we got so many chests being opened right now. If you're wondering, every time they open the chest, they bring up the save and quit menu. You're probably wondering, save and quit? This is no save and quit. Okay, we're actually allowed to bring up the save and quit menu to skip text boxes which are appearing after you open, of course, a chest, which is saying this is a small key or something like that. In Japanese, of course.
Yes, and it tells you every single time. You have to expect by the end of the game to know when a key is going to come out of the chest, but it will not stop telling you. So the save on every chest in the game, save and quit menu is used to skip the box.
It probably saves a few frames. I don't know. Probably not too much. Maybe like a quarter of a second or so. But yeah, it adds up throughout the run.
That's right. And on that note, while we have a bit of a swim and run to Dungeon 5, I will say menuing is another thing that has a lot of optimization in this game. The fastest you can menu anything is about 2 seconds, which, if you think about it, over the course of an entire run, you're totaling at least a couple of minutes of actual time, literally just bringing up the menu and closing it out. So that's something, everyone has their own layout for it, I suppose, and they do it a little differently, but it's definitely something you want to keep optimized for a faster time.
It's actually one of the special things about LADX because each item doesn't have a supposed menu slot in your menu.
Correct.
You can just like swap them around as at your will.
That's right.
And that is why I heard some of the other LADX runners calling it sort of a fingerprint of each runner, which I think is a really cool thing because it like makes room up for so many optimizations. And
it's just unique to the runner as well, which gives it kind of a personal touch, you know.
And it still makes up all the time for like new changes in routing, in saving time. Actually, on Black SR's screen right now, we can see he picked up the piece of power at the place you want to have it.
That's right.
That is also one of the things you are going for with killing the enemies throughout the run, to be able to pick up the piece of power in the spot where you want it.
That's right. Dungeon 5 is probably the biggest example of piece of power routing going right. It saves you a big chunk of time, at least probably 30 seconds per, well, not per run, but in your run over the course of Dungeon 5. The movement is very important in here, and the dungeon, with all the sequence breaks and everything else that we do, is still probably the longest dungeon in the entire game. Definitely.
It definitely is. With probably, I guess, Tej's goal time would be like 5:15 or so. So like this dungeon is at least 5 minutes long. It's definitely the longest dungeon in LADX. So that is really, if you don't have a piece of power in Dungeon 5, you're screwed.
That's the simplest way to put it, exactly. You want to have it there every time.
But you also have to make sure not to lose it, because like you can see runners taking hit every now and then. It can be on purpose because you want to lose a piece of power by the end of the dungeon, because it makes the final boss fight, not the final boss fight, the boss fight in Dungeon 5 a little easier. But also, you don't want to lose a piece of power before finishing Dungeon 5.
That's right.
Just like you'll use it, you will lose it after taking 3 hits in a row, and that's not something you want to do.
Definitely not.
Also, we got on Dragon CO's screen right here coming up a really cool skip. He just jumped over 4 hits.
Beautiful.
What the hell? Beautiful.
How in the world? This must be hacks. He's cheating. He's using speedrunning techniques, glitches.
Big time cheater right there.
That's right.
That's how we know Dragon.
Is it frame perfect? No human can input that.
You're supposed to have a hook shot at that point, but speedrunners were saying like, no, screw it. We're gonna do it the other way. We're using just a well-prepared dash jump to jump over 4 tiles. But the game just thinks that you're supposed to only jump over 3 tiles. 3 pits in a row. I'm sorry. Like, I'm messing up my language right now.
You're fine.
Yeah, so with a well-prepared jump, we can actually jump over 3 pits in a row, and that makes this skip possible. Just like advantage to route throughout this dungeon a little quicker. Because we can see on Dragon CO's screen, he's actually getting the hook shot. We're not playing LA right here. We get the hook shot in this category. The Link's Awakening runners, they skip the hook shot because they do some weird stuff with a
very weird trickery with that.
With a fire rod. We don't do that in LADX.
That's right. We are in living color.
But yeah, we can see all runners going through the dungeon with not too much struggle, I would say. I'm seeing on TGH he already lost his piece of power, if I recall correctly.
I think he did. I believe
Yeah.
Dragon looks like has lost his as well.
Which is okay, because he's through the dungeon. He's fine. He's like really far throughout the dungeon. For TG it was rather uncomfortable. You could see him there having a hard time with killing the enemies, and that's just one of the things if you lose piece of power. You lose the double damage boost, and it makes some rooms really annoying to finish.
GT getting that perfect jump there.
The frame perfect jump saves about a second, I guess, but it feels really good if you get it.
It feels awesome to get. It never goes away.
Green Tuning getting another piece of power there, obviously skipping it.
Yep.
No, he didn't pick it up, but there was
okay.
another piece of power drop, but obviously he didn't pick it up because you don't want to have it for the final boss fight in this dungeon that we can see on Dragon's screen and Teach's screen.
Yep. There is a guaranteed, if done correctly, 2-cycle fight for this boss, discovered by a Japanese runner. I believe Fury was the one who found it. It helps remove the RNG of the boss, and anytime you can remove RNG from this game, it will be beneficial because there's just so much of it from start to finish.
Oh yeah.
You stand at a particular spot in the center, above or below, it's really runner preference, and you manage to work your way. You have just enough time, if you react quick enough, to be able to pull him out of the wall, guaranteed. I'm not sure if GT actually got 4 hits on him right there, though. Oh, and the tail got him.
Oh yeah, like some of the positioning can be really awkward to react to.
Yep.
But yeah, like you want to position yourself perfectly, and that should make a somewhat consistent fight. We still see all runners finishing sub 30, which is very great for a race.
Excellent times altogether.
And also we can see Black SR catching really up. He had a really good D5, I guess.
He did, yes.
I mean,
everyone... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
It's sort of hard to like stay focused on all of the 4 screens, of course, but you can see like they all like sort of going through the same areas at this time, so it's still a close race between all 4 runners so far.
I mean, there's even big time losses can be happening coming up with Rooster Skip, for example. I believe Dragon is still in the lead. If he misses it once, TGH will overtake him, and it'll give Black and Green Tunic a much bigger chance to catch him afterwards. There's the dungeon RNGs, everything else, you know, still a lot of run to go, and it's pretty open at this point, I would say. Anyone can still win this.
It definitely is. Like, we got nothing set in stone yet. We only can see like the lead of the overall lead if you compare all 4 screens. Teach is sort of in the advantage. I guess he had a better boss fight, and we can see a quick kill coming up on Teach's screen. He's trying to dash 3 times per cycle into this mini boss and having perfect fight here. Dragon having a little trouble with that boss, which is really unfortunate if you get hit too often, because he actually deals 1.5 hearts of damage.
And it should be noted, actually, in the Armos maze, you haven't really seen much of it, but the Armos Knights actually do, I believe it's 3 hearts of damage per hit. They are
it's also
incredibly strong. Oh, it also 1.5. They are incredibly strong and will wreck your day. And if you get too low, sometimes it's easier just to take a death quickly and have full health, because sometimes Bow Wow doesn't eat when he's supposed to, and you're sort of stuck having to push these statues or even take a hit. And it looks like Dragon actually got a POP, or it might have been an Acorn, I can't tell.
Yeah, I guess he likes to have that POP in there. That's actually his routing, if I recall correctly. Yeah, he got the POP.
Okay.
I like to have it in Dungeon 6. Dragon is one of the few runners who likes to have his piece of power on the entrance of D6, which is also great because you're lifting the objects a little faster, and you can get through the Armos maze a little easier. Probably it's better to have it in Dungeon 6 just because Dungeon 6 is longer than Enter D6.
Yes.
But it's just like runner preference. It probably like is a matter of 2 or 3 seconds tops.
Definitely, yeah. Definitely wouldn't affect your run completely. And here on Dragon's screen, we're also seeing the first cutscene eat of the run, because Bow Wow... Oh, he didn't get it.
Oh, he did eventually.
Oh, I've not seen it like that before.
Yeah, me neither.
that was pretty
He
new.
took his time.
Yeah, it did. Bow Wow just had to think about it first, I guess.
Yeah.
and GT and Black actually entering the Zorlax pit cave almost identical times here, neck and neck.
And both finishing it perfectly. We probably should talk about that cutscene eat a little bit more. Obviously, you're not supposed to have Bow Wow at that point of the game, but because we skipped getting the leaves and getting the key from Richard before entering Be Free, we still have Bow Wow at that point of the game. And one of the weird things is once you trigger the opening cutscene of a dungeon, there's sort of a sprite appearing somewhere, and Bow Wow can eat that sprite because Bow Wow thinks it's an enemy. Like, it's just game code stuff there. And that way you can just abort that cutscene and it saves a few seconds. It's also one of the neat time saves. Probably saves like 3 or 4 seconds, I would say.
Yeah, nothing massive, but definitely worth it for a decent run. And you'll be seeing the cutscene eat again a little later when we're about to enter D7. So if you missed it the first time, fret not, because you will see it again.
It's still some RNG in there, but if you take care on your timing and your positioning, it can work pretty consistently.
Yep.
On TGH's screen, on the other hand, he's doing a series of super jump to actually get up there, which he's not supposed to be there in the developer intended kind of way.
Mm-hmm.
And he's actually doing another bunch of super jumps to go to the right here and finishing the dungeon in the opposite direction where you're supposed to do it. And he does that with a very precise super jump here, having a little trouble, but getting it the second try.
Lovely. Very, very small window there. Another place you can soft lock. I believe it's 3 pixels is the window you can jump through there.
Yeah, it's a 3 pixel window.
Yeah, which if you look at the game screens, you can count the pixels. It's incredibly small. So very tight jump to be done there. You can use boots, the Pegasus boots, to get out of it if you are slightly stuck. If you're very, very stuck, there's no hope, and you will have to save and quit to get out. But most of the time, it can be pulled off. Just you have to get in the exact position, and you'll be okay.
Teach already ran through it. It's another RNG instance right here where Dragon has trouble with it. It's the Horseheads. You have to throw the 2 Horseheads to make them both stand up at the same time. And Dragon having really bad RNG right here.
Indeed.
Having a really bad time. It can definitely rip your run.
It can.
And
I believe it's a 1 in 4 for the 2 heads, right? 1 in 4 chance.
Yeah. So like each head has a 50% chance of standing up once you threw it. So to make both heads stand upright after throwing them is a 1 in 4 chance to make that happen. We actually had some talk in the Discord lately whether it's not totally RNG, but yeah, further investments succumb to the fact that it's unfortunately still RNG.
Yes. Indeed. It's a bit like Aghanim's Blue Balls. Cravone actually has found a way to manipulate the RNG, but it's still a 50-50 chance no matter how you slice it. So there's really no way to adjust it. It's just all blind luck. And coming up actually in Green Tunic's screen right now, we neglected to mention the boss here. Facade appears after a text box, and a couple seconds go by. He opens his eyes and his mouth, and he appears. That's when most casuals will probably start hitting him, but the game designers just left his hitboxes right in there, so you can start bombing him immediately. If you do it quickly, you can get 3 bombs before he appears, and then you only have to do 2 more after that, which is pretty nice.
It is really one of the easiest bosses in LADX.
Yeah, it truly is.
This quick kill is sort of infamous because you're like expecting the bosses to get harder throughout the game.
That's right.
But with like some advanced speed strats right there, the bosses are just free.
Just throwaways, yeah. There's really no challenge in them.
Which makes it more interesting with like overworld routing and just good movement in general. Like having good movement and good menu routing throughout the run really is quite the time saver.
Mm-hmm.
And also we should like focus on TGH, who is like entering Dungeon 4 a second time. Please help me out. Why is that happening?
Well, if you do Dungeon 4 in the intended order of the game, which is between
Dungeon 3 and
5. Yeah, my maths are excellent. A ghost will appear. and he's a very annoying ghost. He does not go away wherever you go on the overworld map, and he will talk to you constantly. He's just really
He's super
useless. He's super annoying. He's much useless. You know, people might have thought it was a good idea once upon a time, but he just is a waste of everyone's time at this point. I've taken to calling the ghost Fernando Torres because I am a hideously mean human, but he needs you to take him to his home and then take him to his resting place, which is massive amounts of time, and we don't want to do that. But it was discovered that the flag in the game coding for the ghost not to appear is actually the level 2 bracelet, which you get in Dungeon 6. So the first half is done, we get the feathers, we go and complete Dungeon 5, then we complete Dungeon 6, get the bracelet, return to Dungeon 4, and there is no Fernando Torres anywhere in the run.
So almost no breaking the routing in the dungeon order. We got like that. That's very different from like the Link's Awakening run, if you compare it. I guess these guys are doing it 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 7, 6, 5, if I recall correctly.
I believe that's correct, yes, but I don't quote me on that.
we got like almost the developer intended dungeon order, just because it's like the fastest way to route through the game.
That's right.
If you compare it to Link to the Past, you can route through the dungeons way more freely, and they also do that in a speedrun, especially like not in Light World but in Dark World. And LIDX, it's just like it's like I don't know, just the fastest way to go through the dungeons the developer intended way. So far, just have to say so far. There have been times when we were doing Dungeon 8 before Dungeon 7.
That's right. It was very recently, actually, within the last year, that it was switched back. Give another shout out to Ajo Hakwa, who was one of the biggest people in discovering that the bracelet was the trigger, which caused a big overworld routing change as well as the dungeon order. Before it was 1, 2, 3, 4.1, 5, 6, 8, 7, 4.2, which was all screwy. But now we pretty much go the proper way, with the exceptions of the Dungeon 4 being halved in order to avoid Fernando.
And we got on TGH's screen Rooster skip, and again, what to expect from that guy? I mean, he's just a damn machine right there.
He was probably built in a lab to speedrun.
Yeah.
Some crazy scientists. He knew that it was going to become a thing, and he said, "I will build the ultimate speedrunning machine." What are you going to name him? TGH. See, that's why it's TGH. It's actually coding. You don't see like the zeros and the ones and everything else, but
he's a great speedrunner, that's for sure. Also on Dragon's O screen, the Rooster skip. It's a double frame perfect jump. Having a little trouble there. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
That is unfortunate. He can still make it if he get the buffer. Oh, and he dropped down.
Oh,
that's half a minute time loss.
That's right.
Black also having a really weird pattern right there. And he also drops down. Oh my god. This is insane.
Let's see if GT can get it on his first try. Oh, his jump was a little short.
His jump was a little short. Oh, he will be having a hard time.
Oh dear, and Bow Wow's
we
moving
cannot
forward.
stretch how hard this trick is.
This is probably the most notorious trick in the entire run, I believe. Even now with an easier. Oh, GT. And Dragon getting it almost perfect one on the second try.
Nice one. Black going again for his interesting free buffer strats.
He definitely. Oh, it looks like he went down
again.
You can. It should be noted. You can actually clink off of Bow Wow, and it's like we elaborated many times. It's frame perfect. Incredibly hard to do. But if you clink off Bow Wow, you can still conceivably get your jump, but it's much harder because the hook shot is much shorter. The chain is going out much shorter than it would normally, and it can really make it harder if you're not careful. Well, even if you are careful.
GT finishing. Sorry, GT finishing right now with a perfect Rooster skip. Black going for his third time, I guess.
Yeah, he should have it. There
and
we
also
go.
Finishing
Beautiful.
Nice.
TGH, very far in the lead right now in Dungeon 7, currently going through the bomb triggers. We'll explain a little more once the other runners get there. Dungeon 7, most people know when they play it casual, is the absolute worst dungeon in the game. It is so incredibly confusing at times. But with the bomb triggers, it becomes one of the shortest, I believe, in the entire game, which is
It definitely is, yeah.
which is hilarious to think about.
I guess my goal is at 2:14.
Wow, that's really short. That's shorter than Dungeon 1.
Yeah, it's like I guess it should be a tie.
Yeah. Yeah.
Also, that was still on emulator. I wasn't able to go on the door 2:14 on console.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Console
let's
is
get
much
back
harder.
to TGH's screen right here where we see a really cool trick, which is called Goomba Surf. So TJ is trying to hop off one of these Goombas, running around randomly throughout the room, and that will give him a little boost that will push him up to the top layer right there. They are not, no, they are working, and he got it. He got stuck in the wall, but he can still make it out if he dashes, and that's it.
There we go. Perfect.
Another neat little time save. If you get bad Goomba RNG, you can actually like waste a lot of time there, as compared to the old strats.
Mhm.
But I think all 4 runners will go for Goomba Surf.
Yes, I believe they will. And here we're about to see Green Tunic. He's going to do the bomb triggers here to get rid of the pillars. Normally you need that big metal ball. You have to throw it and lug it around the dungeon and do all this hard work. But with bomb triggers, again, tricking the game, you can put them in the pits, or you can also use a menu buffer to have them go off.
You can drop them during the screen transition.
Yep, and also during the screen, I believe just about every single one, if not every single one, screen transitions. That's the method I use, which is mostly for bomb conservation. If you don't use the bombs quick enough when dropping them in the pits, you can actually run out. You'll have to go up to the 3rd level to get more, which of course wastes more time. But it looks like everyone's pulling it off pretty easily.
Yeah.
And yep, actually Black just got the last one, so lovely.
You can also see the difference there. I guess Black only picked up 10 bombs at the start of the run, which is why he has only 1 bomb right now, compared to the 16 bombs in Dragon's inventory, which he's also using right now in a very particular manner to kill the D7 boss. I guess you're usually supposed to kill him with a hook shot and with a sword. With well-placed bombs and well-placed positioning, you can kill him just like that if you hit him with 3 bombs in a row.
Another way you can kill him is also, of course, with the Fire Rod, which was part of the old route, and probably even a lot of casual plays use the Fire Rod to make it easier to kill the boss, because he can be pretty challenging on your first playthrough of this game.
Definitely.
And looks like Teach's about to skip Marin here. Poor Marin is left there until the end of the game because we do not save her. If you do, she will be about to confess her love to you. Tarin comes and just cock blocks you like a horrible human being. And most importantly of all, even worse than the blue balls, not those kind, is the fact that the whole scene takes about 45 seconds to play out, even in the Japanese version, which is
And her
entirely
father
too
is
long.
showing up. And Marin is, and Karen is also showing up. Like that's one of the, and like after you saved Marin, there's Taryn showing up and being like, "Oh, I'm so glad you saved my daughter." And once you think you've finished it, there's also Yao appearing, saying something like, "Oh, you saved Marin. You're such a cool guy. Thank you so much." It's really annoying if you don't get the Marin skill.
Yeah, absolutely. It breaks my heart too, because I love Marin. She is my favorite of all the Zelda waifus. And
she's a great gal.
She is, yeah. That's got a thing for redheads. But it really does. It really is in the best interest of the runner to just skip her entirely. You can feel guilty later, perhaps, but you know, or not. I mean, spoiler alert. It all is just a dream. So.
Spoilers big time here. Also, one funny thing there, I always thought, like, how the hell did she get lost there on the mountains? And just recently I played through this game in the original German version. Actually, my original cartridge, which is probably like 20 years old, which I probably bought for myself back in the day. And then I realized, oh no, she didn't get lost in the mountains. She got captured by Moblins and brought up. That poor gal.
I know, she has been through the ringer.
A lot.
And if you want to explore even deeper into the darkness of this game, think about their house. Marin and Tarin live together, and yet there is only one bed.
Ooh la la.
I know. It's horrifying.
So let's focus.
Yes,
sorry.
that's yeah. We know we should move on. Actually, I was gonna keep going, but we probably shouldn't at this point.
We got some speedruns going on here
That's
still.
right. We have 4 runs of incredible quality. We can worry about the incest angle later.
You can see a series of super jumps there on Dragon's CO screen, and oh my god, he's going for the frame perfect lava swim. What the hell? Some great play there from Dragon. He's really going for it.
He really is.
He wants to know it.
Right.
He's entitled to win that race.
Mhm.
Damn it. And great strats there, frame perfect buffer. On teacher's screen, we just saw the mini boss, which is also like with advanced speedrunning strats, you can kill him in a consistent 4 cycle with 4 split slash. Also, another use of the bomb trigger with entering into Dungeon 8. And you can see just on Green Tunic's screen, the head of the mini boss you have to finish there doesn't have a hitbox, so we just walk right through him, no problem.
Just go on through and laugh at his ineptitude as a mini boss.
We like to do that. Like mini bosses are like mini bosses slash bosses are basically free, which makes the rest of the game so much more difficult and annoying. Which is just like movement, menuing, and just a well executed run slash race. Also on teacher screen we got the puzzle. You're not supposed to jump during that puzzle, but with like some well executed inputs you can like forward to the chest that contains the nightmare key, which we will use just in a few seconds because we can utilize another what is it called, another super jump right here coming up on TGA's screen, where he's just like jumping over the lava, because why not? We can use super jumps.
Exactly. It should also be noted, before the super jump, Tej actually did it incredibly quick. He did what's called a Jesus jump, which is I don't remember on the frame count, but you have a certain amount of frames when Link first splashes on the water. You see the little white splashes coming up. If you menu buffer, you can trick the game into thinking you're on solid ground and you can jump again, which is how you clip into the wall to do the super jump to get to Blano.
It's a lot of tech happening right there.
Yes, yeah. Tej made it look ridiculously easy and quick when a lot was actually happening right there. And shoutouts to Wang Boys, because we are all adult people and we can't help ourselves when it comes to the dick jokes.
We're not at GDQ right now.
Exactly, yeah, fuck it.
$1 more to the swear jar.
That's right. I think I'm 7 deep now.
No, actually at GDQ, the guy who read the donations at Wang Boys, because there was one donation featured.
Oh, that's beautiful.
So let's just focus quickly on Dragon's CO screen right there. We got Horsehead. He's just like spawning out of the lava and like flashing throughout the room. You have to unlock him with shooting the fire rod at him, and he can be also really a pain in the buttocks because like his RNG is also it's very RNG. But as a reward, you can pick up the instrument and you get the Wang Boys. Should we call it a glitch?
Glitch or an exploit, perhaps. Maybe an oversight would be a good way to put it.
Because like with a well placed fire rod shot, you can make it look like Blink has a lot there in his trousers.
Indeed, which is great. Occasionally, though, with the timing of it, it won't go forward; it'll actually go sideways, and I feel for the girl who has to deal with that. Poor guy, I guess. I mean, this is the modern day, you know.
But Green Tunic having a great Horsehead right there. Black also have not too much problems with the final of Dungeon 8.
That's right.
We can also already see on TGH's screen he's advancing to the Windfish Egg. So for the people just joining right now, you probably remember this little maze where you get lost a couple of times. We didn't get the magic lens. We didn't look into the library which way to go, which we don't need, because if you don't look into the library, the route is always left, up, right, up, left, up. So yeah, and that way we can get to the final boss just like that. T just dropping some bombs right there to get the text box skip, which he got. Also some little white screen there.
Yeah, that's another trick, incredibly hard to do. You have to spam a multitude of bombs in order to get it. I believe the audio is probably on his. You'll notice there's not really any audio, kind of a weird like humming sound. For some reason, it doesn't trigger the music to start. So you go through the entire phases of the boss fight until you reach Death Eye at the end, which triggers the final boss music. So enjoy the humming, everyone.
But we can see on the other three screens both runners like being at the Windfish Egg cutscene right now. So still close races. Will be rather close between Black and Dragon. But yeah, that will decide whether it will be TGH versus Black or versus Green Tunic. In case Tej doesn't get the 14 blue balls again.
Yeah, that was for anyone who missed the last race. Tej got an incredible amount of blue balls. It was, I wanted to cry, and I was not even running. it was very rough. Each blue ball, I believe, is 6 seconds lost.
8 seconds, actually.
8 seconds, right? So 8 times 14, we're looking at 8 and 4, 9, over 100 seconds lost in the run, which is just heartbreaking.
It's a pain in the buttocks, to say the least.
To say the least.
But having
now,
not that much problem right now. Dragon just entering also the final boss fight. Getting not the good RNG. He also has to finish the first phase with a powder. And Ganon is just like dashing into him a few times.
Very, very simple with the boots. Just crash into his face. And the final, I guess, like Ghost Land Mola is also quite easy. You just one spin slash or one shot from the fire rod or magic rod will take him out.
Yeah, you just have to do the spin slash and then the final boss phase is appearing. Teach still being on a pretty good pace, being like at 54 minutes during the final boss fight. Having a good pattern, you just have to wait for his eyes to open, and at best you can fire 4 arrows per cycle into his eyes. He takes 16 arrows total. Guess he had a little trouble there with the quads, but still. Now he's like acting a little. No, he got the quads.
Got it.
Great run by Teach. Not sub 55, but that's for a race still
still top level
time.
stuff. Yep.
And it'll be exciting. No, not that much still, because Lack is still at the Aghanim fight. But it will be between Green Tunic and Black, who is going to be fighting TGH, which we also have to congratulate to his the second win right there.
Yep, second. 2 out of 3 wins for Tej, which is still pretty good. A pretty good return for the round robin.
Dragon also being during the final phase of the boss fight.
And looks like GT finally beat Aghanim. He's about to do a stun lock on Moldorm. It takes 15 hits, 16 hits, I can't quite remember the number.
Something like that, yeah.
You spin slash him in that position, you line up on the right pixel, you spin slash him as soon as he appears, and then just spam your sword on him and he won't do anything at all. He just sits there until he dies, which is preferable. Dragon looks like he's put the final blow on Death Eye. He's going to get a 56, probably a 56, 8, 9, somewhere around there. 56.8, okay.
56.08, that's great.
Lovely stuff. And now we're approaching the final phase for Black. It could still come down to the eye for GT, but we'll see. And there we go.
They got enough hearts this time.
Yeah.
Black finishing there, getting a sub 57.
Doesn't look like anyone's going to die in the final boss again, which was quite shocking.
And Green Tunic also finishing with a sub 57.
Sub 57.
Yes.
Looks like it's going to be just about by a second or two. Well, maybe not quite that close. But sub 57 for all 4 guys. Those are excellent, excellent times.
Great races, right?
Cannot be discounted. Fantastic races from everyone.
Sub 57, like finishing 4 runners. I don't think we have that in the weekly race very regularly.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, shoutouts to all our runners, TGH, Black SR, Green Tunic, and Dragon CO, with a great first part of our little showcase tournament so far.
That's right.
So let's see where this puts us.
I believe that puts
Black SR with
and
2
TGH.
wins. Yeah.
Mhm.
With 2 wins, 1 loss. Also TGH with 2 wins and 1 loss.
Right.
On the bottom, we have Green Tunic with 1 loss, 2 wins. Sorry, 1 win, 2 losses. And also having 1 win, 2 losses.
Yeah.
So, we'll be having a final. According to the leaderboard, you could have expected that. But on the other hand, how close were those races?
Some words, unbelievable. Each one, I mean, each guy, let's see the last one. TGH finishing at 55.04 and GT finishing at 56.57. So less than 2 minutes apart across 4 racers. That is incredibly close in terms of LADX. You have a hard time staying that close over the course of any runs. So
Definitely. So what I'll be doing, I'll try to get Dragon and Green Tunic into the commentary stream, into the commentary channel for a second.
Right.
So I'll excuse me for a minute.
Mm-hmm. And I'll just be here, I suppose. Dragon doing a bit of glitch showcasing, which is very nice. He just did a wrong whip to the doghouse. It's always fun. I'm not sure if he's going for the fishing pond route, meme route, but we'll see.
Hey, how's it going?
Hello.
And we're joined right now by Dragon CO and Green Tunic, finishing with a
Hi.
rank 4 and 3 in the race. Great job, you guys, and congrats.
Yeah, great races, everyone.
Oh,
That
thank
was
you.
fantastic work.
Thank you.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. It was friggin' tiring, but it was fun.
Mm. You did 3 races in a row. I can barely put just one together before collapsing to fatigue, so it's impressive.
D7 got me in a couple of those. I just couldn't get the Gumba Surf to work, but yeah.
Goomba Surf can be tricky, but what was that second race? I just like entered to see the final phase of the second race. Dragon, you want to
pace.
give us a heads up on that?
Oh,
I was PB pace, so I had to go for it. I took risk for PB,
and it
and
did
it
not pay
backfired.
off.
Dude, that devil
was-
didn't open his eye. I was like 10 seconds ahead of PB, and he didn't open his
Oh.
eye. That was crazy.
That was a shame.
Yeah, Devil can just like make you lose your run in a second.
Mhm. Really.
Then he got double hits off on me. That really took me down really fast.
Yeah, really close between us on that second race. I wouldn't have won it if you hadn't taken that death.
Mhm. Yeah, it would have been. I mean, having to go back. I think you had to go buy arrows again too. It would have been
Yep.
much different story. It was heartbreaking. I was so sad when I saw
I was
that.
2 hits off, I believe.
Yeah.
And we should actually also take a quick look at the ranks we are getting after our first phase of the tournament. We got Black SR finishing as first. He has the same amount of points as TGH, but he has a lower sum of best with his race times, only because TG had like a sort of struggle with his second race.
Yeah.
On the second place, we have Teach advancing to the final versus Black SR. And on rank number 3, we got Green Tunic. Actually being lower with his sum of race times, being below TGH. For the same reason. Also having like almost always a sub 57 race time there. And Dragon CO also having really good race times. Like the first match was really close between you and TGH.
That was a good run.
Yeah.
Only like 7 seconds difference right there. That's pretty good. Considering that TGH is still the world record holder right here.
TGH brings out the best in Dragon. He always seems to bring his game whenever he's racing him.
He's very consistent.
Mm-hmm.
He really is. I mean, like pulling off a sub 55 at the GDQ run like he did 2 weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's definitely not an easy one to pull off.
Absolutely.
Also, I cannot stretch how exhausting it might be to like have 3 runs in a row, 3 races in a row. I mean, it's only quote unquote only 1 hour, a 1 hour run in average. But like, how was like the runs going for you, Green Tunic, in like compared, like regarding the components you faced tonight?
Well, I felt like each run I was getting a little bit more comfortable in my playstyle and everything. Unfortunately, that last one did have some crappy moments. I failed the Rooster skip, failed the Goomba surf, but other than that, it was definitely I don't know. I felt like it was getting easier. So yeah, it wasn't so bad at all.
That's good.
Yeah.
That's good.
I was also talking to Dragon and being like, "Oh, sorry, like that the schedule made that you had to fight in the first round the world record holder." But I guess Dragon was quite okay with that, if I
It was
recall
my best
correctly.
time. So yeah, I guess if you
Good.
don't count that second run, that was my best
Yeah.
time.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It was a good run. Also, Dragon run with that last run right there. I mean, like, I guess you had some troubles at the Rooster skip, if I recall correctly.
Dude, fuck that. Every time I switch from normal to buffered, I get a wrong buffer and then I jump on the buffer. So it fucks up everything.
Yeah, I saw you had gone upward on the last one, and then you had
Yeah.
switched to the menu, not just.
And then
oh,
Valhalla
man.
got me.
Yeah, he just was not having it today. Was
That
not
was
having
bad.
It can be really a pain in the buttocks, especially during a race when you're really far ahead. Also, if you're in a speed run really far ahead, coming up roofs to skip, you realize your hands getting shaky,
it. Yeah.
and that is really not the thing you want to have to perform a double frame perfect jump.
I usually have that moment on the way to D6. Everything from on the way to D6 to D6 itself is scary for me. I always lose time there.
Mm.
At
It's
least
still a
it's
very
consistent.
challenging run. I mean, like, the
Yeah.
runners made it look so easy, but yeah. I cannot stretch how difficult this run is overall. I mean, all these runners are running the game for at least 1 year.
Mm-hmm.
I guess.
Yeah, I believe
And-
so. TGH, I think, is, or maybe Black is the newest runner.
No, I guess Vlak has been around once I joined, but yeah, he probably joined a little bit after that.
Mm.
I guess Dragon and Green Tunic being one of the rather elder runners in the race.
thank
but
you.
Not
Oh,
being,
compliments.
Yeah.
not being that actively,
Yeah.
though, you have to say that. Like, it also depends. Like, speedrunning is still lots of practice, lots of grinding the game. And so, and also, of course, like, being dedicated to the game to grind good PBs. You know, still having a good PB on the leaderboards doesn't make you also a good racer. That's not for sure with this game.
Definitely.
Well, it definitely helps having a good community to speedrun alongside, because that keeps you interested and it makes you want to keep running the game. If it was just putting the times on the leaderboard, I don't really see much fun in that.
Mhm.
But
Yeah,
Yeah.
the camaraderie in the LADX community is exceptional.
Yeah.
Much more
It's
so
really
than even other Zelda speedruns I've seen. It's a little more distant, a little colder, but everybody seems to get along really well. We're all friends, and it's great. Yeah, really, really great.
Having met some of the GDQ, some of the LADX runners at GDQ, I definitely can say we had a great time.
Mm-hmm.
Online and offline. So yeah, shout outs to the whole LED community, and shout outs to you folks watching right now. If you want to be a part of that community, you're welcome to join us. We got a tournament coming up in September, so there's still plenty of time to learn the game. We got some very good video guides to learn the game, to learn speedrunning the game. And we also got like a written guide being finished just these days. If you got anything at all, you're welcome to join us on our Discord and just like ask your questions, get interested into the game. You are very welcome.
12 hour challenge is coming up soon too, 4th to 6th of August. So it's a good game to pick it up during that.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, it's been done a few
It's like
times
it's
before.
a 1 hour run, so it's just definitely something you can manage to learn in 12 hours.
well, I just want to say thank you very much for having me, and loads of luck to the to Black and TGH in the
Yes.
final.
Thanks to
I'm
Green
expecting
Tunic.
something really amazing.
Oh yes. Same.
Oh yeah, it'll be great. We got number 1 versus number 3. which we could say was the thing we all maybe would have expected, but like it's LRDX, you never know.
Yeah.
Like we still could have seen, I guess, Dragon having 2 losses in the group stage, I guess, but still pulling off the insane run in the 3rd race. That was great.
Yeah.
That was a great race. I had a
Excellent
great
play.
pace up until D5.
It was insane. I guess you also had a really good Villa skip.
Yeah, second buffer.
Sweet. That's just sweet. That's the RNG you need to make a good run. And
That's right.
yeah, the RNG takes it and gives it away.
So it
Yo.
looks like we're just about ready to be setting up here. I think we're going to be getting into the 3rd race, I believe.
Oh yeah.
Mhm.
So yeah, one more time, shout outs to Dragon CO and Green Tunic. If you still want to give some shout outs, this is the time.
Shoutouts to Discludes for being awesome and giving me good pixels. And shoutouts to Alveso for D5 boom. I got D5 boom in the 3rd
Oh,
race. So
Nice.
nobody knows what it is, but shoutouts.
Is that Green Tunic? You're good to go?
Yeah, I'm good.
No, I mean, well, sorry, with the shout outs. This is like,
Oh, shout outs to 6 out of 6 obstacle skip, 3 out of 3 wang.
Ooh, those
sweet.
numbers.
Yep, we got it.
Glorious numbers.
Show off.
Okay, we're just like having fun here, trolling around. One more time, thank you so much, Dragon CO and Green Tunic, for being a part of this. I really appreciate it a lot. And yeah, thank you for your time and some great runs. Thank you for
Really,
putting
really
up.
made it special, you guys. Thank you.
Wrong. Thanks very much.
So, looks like we're going to the 4th race, actually. I'm sorry.
Yep.
Of tonight's stream on speedgaming.org/twitchtv.speedgaming. Also, shout outs to Fiesel for always supplying us with a great stream quality right here.
Oh, yes.
With sync times. It's like really a pleasure watching this channel. I like
Really
it.
is, yeah. Very professionally done. It's excellent.
Yeah. And looks like we are ready to roll right here.
Here we go.
Both runners just like I'm sorry, I guess I have to refresh my screen there for a second.
Oh, there we go.
Here we go. Time for the final. I'm at 8 seconds right now. Are you also?
I am at 10 currently.
Alrighty. So like we should be at the same sync again. You know, like I just always have to make sure to refresh my window.
Of course, yeah.
So, in case you're just tuning in, we got some Link's Awakening DX, Zelda Link's Awakening DX tonight. The category is any percent no scoop. What the hell is a no scoop, Jodo?
Well, I'll tell you what a no scoob is, Bamboo. No scoob means no save and quit, no wrong warp, no out of bounds. That's the basic guidelines for the main category here. No save and quit, very simple, straightforward, like all the rest. You can use the save and quit menu to skip things like text boxes in order to make the run go faster, but you cannot actually save and quit. It is against the rules. No wrong warp means you cannot go anywhere that wasn't intended by the game developers, such as using the doghouse or any other method that lets you warp wrong. No out of bounds, of course, means that you stay within all of the walkable tiles in the game. Clipping is not considered out of bounds. It's considered clipping, which we'll get to very shortly, but you want to make sure that you're not on any tiles that were not intended to be walked upon. Very straightforward, very simple. This is the most run category in the game, and it's what we consider to be the main category of Link's Awakening DX.
It's the main category, which doesn't break the game entirely compared to the any percent category, where you can finish the race of the game in just like 4.5 minutes. Using a very broken glitch in the game, which is called the doghouse glitch. We're not going to do that because that's wrong warping.
That's right.
But we are using some other very cool tricks throughout the run. Throughout this run, we will be finishing all 8 dungeons in the game to get all 8 instruments, which we will need to play the final tune to wake up the windfish and to finish the final boss.
So, first order of business here, you saw earlier, quick sword. Not really much to explain there. You can line up your Link sprite in such a way that it'll let you grab the sword before the owl speaks. The owl, we'll see a few times in this run, he's incredible. There will be some skips of him using bomb triggers, which we will come to, but mostly it's just having to acquire your weapons so you can set off on your quest. So now we're coming up to Moblin skip, which is a pretty notorious trick in this game. The first real difficult part of the run. It's partially RNG dependent, and both TGH and Black getting it almost at exactly the same time. Excellent stuff. They did it before I could explain, really. You clip partially into the wall over the pit, you let the Moblin shoot an arrow, and you damage boost across it. And it's pretty tricky to get when you're first learning the run, but it's definitely easier the more you practice it.
It's a great trick, which actually lets you skip the side quests where you would have to collect the mushroom, trade it in with a witch, which would give you some magic powder. You could sprinkle that on Taryn, which is actually a raccoon, and which will stay a raccoon for the rest of the run.
That's right. He is forever a raccoon.
Yeah. Unless you get the cutscene on Marin, and then he's suddenly human again. Yeah. Nevertheless, we hope Black is going for some good trendy game right here. So let's bring him in for Black. Oh my god, I guess it's looking fine.
Send him your energy. Holding the hands out. Looks like he got it. Double first try powders.
First try trendy for both runners. This is high octane play right here. Actually, Black having a little bit more trouble with the Moblin skip. No, actually with the owl skip. You saw Teach actually skipping the owl text box earlier. And that gives him a small advantage to Black, but yeah, still it can like change any point throughout the run.
That's right.
Chat also going hype about first try trendy. It's insane what we have happening right now. The first try trendy is just like
double first try. It's special. We need to commemorate this day.
Yeah. It's the 22nd of July. July 22nd. Definitely going down in LEDX history.
That's right. A day that will live on forever in our hearts and minds. That right there was, and actually Black getting ahead of TGH, he had a bit better luck.
No, he skipped one of the bomb buys.
Oh, that's right. That's what it was. Okay, I always forget.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, of course. Stealing is, of course, intended in this game. In the English version, most people know it changes your name to Thief, big capital letters, exclamation point. They shame you hard for, really, I mean, committing a sin. You know, you should be shamed. And
kids don't do thieving.
I know. Don't do thieving. Don't steal. Unless it's hearts or something. I don't know what I'm talking about.
Unless you're playing PA or something.
But it should be noted that in this game, you use the thefts to get bombs, the shovel, and the bow early, all of which you need, all of which is pretty important to the run. So we just take the deaths and we take the shame because it's fast.
And Black going for the quick strats again in Dungeon 1. That is one of the rather offensive strats in Dungeon 1. He will be going for a, I don't know if you have a name for that. We just call it Villa Skip, I guess.
It's like D1 Villa Skip is sort of the designation it's been given. It really should be given a more creative name.
Well, you can see the lead is also changing again because like Black is taking a different route through Dungeon 1. And that is also one of the beauties of Link's Awakening DX. This game, there are still like, I joined the community a year ago. And there has been so many changes throughout the road, so many new stuff discovered. Just like the rule set of this category is giving us so much space to find new stuff, find new routes, new speed tech. It's really a pleasure to
ever evolving
speedrun this game.
Yeah, absolutely. I've been a little longer for me. It's been about 2 years I've been in. Yeah, even just in the space of 1 and 2 years, the amount of tech changes, routing changes, strats discovered, everything. It's ever evolving, and it is really, really special because it just never stops. It never slows.
And we can see Teach just went through that place right here. Black is going for the Villa Skip right there. I can't see how many buffers.
3, 2, 3, 4.
4 buffers. Oh. You can see them opening the chest at exactly the same time.
Just with that, they're neck and neck again. That is fantastic work from Black right there. Wow.
I mean, like, it was just RNG with Black. He could have gotten the 1 buffer, and he would have been 6 seconds in the lead. He got the 4 buffer, which is sort of average, and you see like the both routes throughout the one they are like getting into the boss fight the exact same time.
That's right.
That's also LEDX right there.
And here we have one of the, in all honesty, one of the more challenging bosses of the run. Trouble there. Moldorm, really just loves to zoom around the screen. He can knock you off the pit, which will lose you time. Not hard in terms of difficulty, but in terms of doing it quickly. The optimization is not always easy. Vlak will come in with a spin slash more often than not, which means you only hit Moldorm 2 more times instead of 3 more, but it does increase the risk of falling in the pit, which I believe if you were able to do it on the first frame and feather jump out, you still lose about 2 or 3 seconds. So definitely not something you want to be dealing with.
Oh yeah, you're losing probably more than a few seconds. It's shit, like it's not something you want to have. Mortem is like a notorious enemy in the Link to the Past, and so it is for this game. It's one of the few bosses where slash mini bosses where we don't have like a sort of advanced quick kill strat that is like consistent.
And here we are skipping the children's dialogue box. This is one of the benefits. I don't think we've ever actually explained in too much detail. This game is run in the Japanese version, and it's run on 1.0, I believe.
It is.
Yep, that is the version that has all the exploits and tricks we need in order to complete the game quickly, but also because of the Japanese text, which is quicker. In particular, one of the things in this run is that dialogue box with those children. They talk for a very long time. And in the Japanese 1.0, you just hit B button after the first text box and it goes away, which is lovely.
I have to be WizKid here. Actually, in the German version, you also skip the text box.
Really?
So it's something.
Awesome. So it's those fucking
weird...
Americans then, as well.
Yeah, it's a weird detail that like the Americans like they didn't want to have to skip the Americans a text box. You know, they made sure the kids had to read all this text. You know.
Yep.
Yeah, and you can also see them going through the Moblin fight right here, where they will get Bow Wow in the end, because Bow Wow has been stolen by that bad guy, and we need Bow Wow to enter Dungeon 2.
That's correct. You may have also noticed en route to Dungeon 2 from Dungeon 1, there were a lot of specific enemy kills that both runners did. That is for the Piece of Power, which is routed all throughout the game. You only get it, I believe, 3 or 4 times, but the times you do get it, it saves you an immense amount of time. The first one here is going to be in Dungeon 2, which, if done optimally, will appear when they kill the 2 Stalfoses in the 3rd room. Hopefully they won't get bad luck from Bow Wow eating too many flowers or anything. Nope, looks like it's good for TGH.
They're both good to go. Another thing we completely skipped, I'm sorry, we didn't talk about the flock skip at all. You saw them entering the 2. They did like a wall clip, so they just moved a tiny bit into the wall. That is actually something that the game does, and that way they could have moved through the screen. And oh man, you gotta help me out with this one. I don't have like
but the text boxes when they appear, usually like when you approach a rock, or even conceivably like with the ice blocks, it lets you know that you can't interact with it. Either the ice blocks say, oh, this is very cold, or the rock is way too heavy. But you can actually move a few more pixels when you do that. And shoutouts to Flocktier, Glitch Hunter, and Zelda Speedrunner, who discovered it.
Shoutouts to Flocktier, great guy.
Great guy. Actually, it really should be stated how much he's responsible for in this game. Everything from helping with the discovery of bomb triggers to the Flock clip, which bears his name.
And
but
that's
anyway,
only LEDX. He also has discovered for other Zelda communities a lot of glitches, so he's a great guy.
Yeah, very, very handy to have. But with the clip, with the extra few pixels of space, you can actually wiggle through a lot of these blocks that you normally wouldn't be able to get past, and it saves a lot of time. Instead of having to go all the way around the swamp to the other side, you can just go right through and up to the flowers and enter.
Probably like a 30-second time save there, just because you don't have to walk all the way through the swamp. You just can go through that one stone, which is like in your way. We can still see both runners being not too far apart from each other.
Just a couple of seconds.
Black had a little problem there with his Piece of Power drop. His one dropped a little bit later because he was also like doing a different kill route through Dungeon 1 because their routing in Dungeon 1 was a little different. But we can see like it turned out well for both of those, for both runners. And also we got a quick question in chat right there. This was a tournament for 4 runners. We had a small group phase where all of our 4 runners were facing each opponent one time. Each of the runners one time. It was like Joe, you gotta help me out with this one.
Yeah,
sorry.
like a group stage kind of thing. Each runner raced each other once. They tallied up the points, and the two best advanced, which in this case was Black SR and TGH. And so, since they had the best group stage results, they are now in the final, which is where we are currently.
And we're having TGH, which is the world record holder, with a time of 52:44, and we have Black SR being there as the third on the leaderboards, with a, I guess it's a 43:22 something, so they're not too far apart from each other, depending on their regarding their time on leaderboards. I also have to excuse myself here and thank Jodo 1,000 times. Like, for me, it's almost 1 a.m. around here, and I'm a little tired, and English is my second language, so I'm really glad to have Jodo with me here to help me out.
I do the best I can. I'm glad having you here with me as well, Bamboo. It's very fun.
We all love each other in the LADX community.
It's real. It's a massive loving. It's a big bro loving, basically.
The bro love, indeed.
Yeah.
I guess we also had a picture of Teach and myself tweeted after GDQ, the bro hug.
Yeah. The ships were unreal. People were loving it. So.
That is just how we roll in LADX.
That's right.
We just totally skipped the Genie quick kill, but yeah, like, I mean, we explained that earlier.
Yeah. We ain't gonna cover everything, honestly.
No, we're not able to.
But speaking of which, coming up here, we're seeing TGH and now Black in the same spot doing, and Black getting very good Villa skip.
And getting in the lead again.
That's right, and all it is just one section can turn the whole race on its head, and TGH finally getting through. Had some really, really bad luck on those buffers.
All full RNG right there.
Yep. It's a little difficult to explain, but essentially with Villa skip, what it is the screen transition occurs where the bushes are. The game can't place you on anything solid, so it drops you all the way down to that grassy patch where you can land, and it lets you skip going through Camlet Castle, getting the golden leaves for Richard. In the English version, I don't remember his name in the other ones, but it's a massive, massive side quest. Takes over 5 minutes. It is a waste of time, and basically we just choose not to do it because it's slow.
Yeah, and because our sort of arbitrary rule set, we don't go too deeply into discussion allows that. No, like, we gotta actually sort of profound rule set, considering regarding the out of bounds rule set we use. Shoutouts to OC Best, by the way, for like sort of creating and manifesting that rule set we use right now, which just like basically it says don't break the game entirely. You're like allowed to go out of bounds a little bit, like the way you are supposed to with wall clipping, but not like do weird screen transitions while being out of bounds.
Yeah.
We also saw like Black picking up the piece of power right where he wanted. Teach having a little trouble here. Oh, he actually has to do a detour to get the piece of power. Oh my god. Very bad luck for TGH. He was one enemy short with his piece of power drop. Piece of power drops after you kill 30 enemies consecutively. There's some other stuff to it which makes it really messy to get it in the proper position where you want to have it, and that actually happened to TGH, having really bad luck. And yeah, Black going further into the lead, finishing just at the Dongo skip, what we have right here. Jodo, you want to help me out with the Dongo skip?
Sure. The Dongo skip was very recently found. Trick. Shoutouts to, actually, it was Otter who found it.
Yeah, Space Otter.
Space Otter. He discovered that if used. Oh, lordy. Hang on. Okay, thank you.
Oh,
I was about to panic.
My heart skipped a beat right there.
Did, yep. And that's actually just about what I was going to go into. There was a risk of soft locking on that jump there if you don't get the pixel lineup right. And luckily TGH was able to get out of it, but it's a little more high risk, but it's quicker than the old way, so it was implemented. You essentially skip fighting the Dodongos, which was done before. You fight one, you leave the screen. Due to some weird coding of the game, it would just destroy the other Dodongo for you, but this is faster. It saves a few more windows going to the dungeon and everything else. But
it was a notorious mini-boss fight back in the day when we actually had to fight them. I mean, like, you got two Dodongos, you kill one of them, you just leave the room, and the other one is really... You like the developers could have been a little more thorough, that one, you know?
Definitely, yeah. Not much to explain with the quick kill on the boss either. You just have the piece of power, you line it up in such a way where they break apart, and you try to get them against the back wall in order to make sure they die as close to the door as possible. Pretty optimal from both runners, actually. Very good fights. Indeed.
Well performed right there.
Yep. I will touch upon what we...
Sorry.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Teach was actually going for a bomb trigger there to skip the owl cutscene that is appearing after Dungeon 3,
Right.
which like just gives not the complete texture, but the owl appearing and disappearing again in the screen. And we get also something coming up with bomb triggers pretty shortly on Black SR screen.
Right. He does decide bomb trigger, which is a little more risky, but it's, I believe, faster than the Zorlax method, which is mostly what's used and considered to be the most consistent. It doesn't rely on sub-pixels or anything else. So far, none of our runners in all of our races, there has been 4 runners times 3 races, so 12. This is the 13th and 14th walrus skips we're coming up to, and there has been no soft locks so far, and Black Pulse is
also
off.
on Black, yeah.
Excellent. A bit of an explanation of bomb triggers very quickly. The bomb triggers basically help trigger certain flags and events in the game. You can trick the game into thinking certain things are happening even when they're not. In this case, the walrus believes that your bombs are actually Marin in the ocarina, or not the ocarina, Marin, and she's singing to the walrus to get him to move, when in fact you haven't seen her since the very beginning of the game. It's a weird thing. None of us are entirely sure what causes it, though we do have some theories, but we do know it's very effective here.
Yeah. I liked Zorlax's explanation completely. He was just like saying that you have to drop 2 bombs at the same time in the game, which you can't do casually because you can only drop 1 bomb at a time in one screen. And with that screen transition they just did there, you can drop 2 bombs at a time, and just that just makes the game freak out, and that just makes the game code makes it play cutscenes. It's a very weird thing that was also discovered by Lockjur, I guess, and another runner. I wasn't around for that, so you probably know that better.
Yeah, it was I believe Seabass also helped out, and I think GT as well. But yeah, it was discovered about 2 years ago now, and has really blown the game absolutely wide open.
You can see the difference when you watch on speedrun.com the graph on how the world records drop down.
Yep.
It was a huge skip because you can't only use that one for the walrus. We got later in the game, we got a few more cutscenes that can be just triggered like that when using bombs during a screen transition, or when you're dropping 2 bombs very quickly into the pit. That is also like recognized by the game to have 2 bombs at the same time in one screen, and just it freaks out the game, and it trigger cutscenes.
Definitely. And here we have both guys about to open Dungeon 4. Dungeon 4 is a bit of a tricky one. It makes you open it very far away from where its actual location is, not in terms of screen, but just where you have to go. And it's happened before, but races and runs, sometimes a runner will forget he'll head straight to Dungeon 4, and he has to travel all the way back. It's a very humiliating but humbling experience.
We've all been there.
That's right, we've all done it, actually. In my last tournament race, I did it against Chalmers. Shout out to Chalmers for dealing with me on that one. And we're coming to the first obstacle skip of the run.
Black
yes!
Yo, high octane play right there.
That is what you want to see in Link's Awakening.
1 out of 4 total obstacle skips. Let's see if Teach will get it also. Yo, that's the lineup. And we got another one. 2 out of 4 obstacle skips. Right. The runners will pass that little hallway again later in the run.
That's right.
So we'll be staying excited till then. It will be getting 4 out of 4 obstacle skips.
That's right. It
saves a ton of time.
It really does. I mean, it can't be measured, honestly. They estimated that the run time probably doubles if you don't get that trick. So.
Yeah. And something for the swagness and the fans, of course.
That's right. For the fans of the swag strats, it is always a glorious thing to see.
Oh my god, Black having a little trouble with opening that chest. He got it eventually. Still being in the lead, because Teach had that bad
Villa buffers, yeah.
The Villa buffers, it was like around 10, maybe not 10, like or 8 or 9. But we can see on teacher's screen right there that jump. Oh my god, he missed it, but he will get it the second time, I guess.
Yep,
You're not supposed to do that jump right there.
That's right.
It's also something we didn't mention in the game before. But like once again, with some advanced speed strats and well executed jumps, you can just like jump over pits where you're not supposed to jump over.
That's right. It's worth noting here that Vlak and eventually Teach will be leaving the dungeon right now. We're only going to be doing the first half of Dungeon 4 now.
They only picked up the flippers, or like if you look closely, it's only one flipper.
One flipper, yeah. They have to mermaid it, basically. Slap it on both feet, flap their legs at the same time. The reason that they only do the first half of Dungeon 4 is to avoid the very annoying ghost of Fernando Torres, who haunts you all throughout the map. He will not leave you alone. He's, just kind of annoying and useless and taking up space, much like his real life namesake. I'm so sorry. But
he's also somewhat infamous for his like every time you enter a screen, you hear that annoying ringtone-like sound.
Ring, which is.
Oh my god! And if you have to drag him around throughout the whole game, it can be really annoying.
It can be, yep. And he will stop you and talk to you and try to get you to go to his home and then his grave. It's a big, long process.
Yeah. He doesn't let you enter Dungeon 5. Basically, that's what he does. He always says, "No, I don't want to go here."
Yeah.
And you can't enter D5.
Yep.
And we take advantage of that by just finishing the first part of D4, and we'll get back there later, I guess.
Oh yes, definitely. If I can just explain when the time comes. But for now, we're in Dungeon 5. It looks like both guys do have the piece of power, which is very, very good. Without
perfect routing right there.
Without the Dungeon 5 piece of power, you're looking at least 30 seconds lost. And the 4 frame when I can't even speak. We're switching places here at this point. Yeah, I think it's 4 frames or 4 pixels to get that jump. It's very tight, but it's another one that just looks awesome when you do it.
In the basement there, in the underground section, which is also something, I would say, something special to the Zeldas. Because like you can see most of the time we have a top-down view on the game, which is like the classic 2D Zelda game you're all familiar with. But we got also like small underground sections where we actually have like a side scroll of view, like we have in Zelda 2.
Yep.
And there's also something like, I would say, rather exclusively to LEDX.
Yes, definitely. Definitely.
/LA, of course. I mean, this is the Game Boy Color remake.
Yeah, this is the HD remake by modern standards.
But if you're talking to a speedrunner, never say that LA and same, because if you're like looking on speedruns, it definitely is not the same.
It definitely is very different. You will be punched for suggesting they are the same.
For reasons we don't want to explain any further, because we are seeing on Black SR screen the third fight for what is his name again?
The Master Stalfos.
Master Stalfos. We will be fighting this guy 4 times in this dungeon. He will be giving us the hookshot eventually. And there are just some very easy quick kill strats. Most of the people use an audio cue, I guess, to throw the bomb, which will hit him immediately. We have to fight that guy 4 times. I guess it takes 3 bombs first time, 2 bombs second and third time, and 3 bombs again the 4th time. Oh my god, that was very confusingly explained, but it doesn't matter, because on TV screen we got another nice skip coming up. What can we say to that one?
Oh, live. Okay, well, got a bit caught there. The way you manipulate the jump there to go over the pit, normally with the dash jump you can only clear 3 boxes of distance, in this case a pit, but with the lineup you can go 4.
Oh, that's sweet.
Yeah.
I mean, usually you're supposed to have a hookshot right there.
That's correct, yep. But with the sequence break, where you fight the Stalfos last, you just do the fancy jump and you get over the pit. It takes a bit of setup to do, and there's a few different methods. You can bonk off the wall, but using the build-up of your boots and turning and jumping at the right time will let you clear that pit pretty easily. It's simpler to do than it appears, but it looks awesome. So
We
it's
also
definitely a great addition to the run.
Yeah, it definitely is. It is a great trick. It can be a pain in the buttocks if you like miss it because it's a really precise jump. These guys are just making them look them ridiculously easy. Both of them are having a pretty good D5 so far. And also, while we're talking about pits, we also have to talk about pit physics for a moment, because like if you compare it to probably a Link to the Past, for example, if you compare it to Link to the Past, in Link to the Past, if you drop down a pit, you drop down immediately. Correct. In Link's Awakening, you can still like struggle and move a little bit while dropping
the edge a little before he falls.
Yeah, and that is also one of the things we use with skipping the side quest to get the hook shot first.
Right.
That gives us the ability to jump over 4 pits, even though it was like sort of a developer intended to only jump over 3 pits in a row. And we got the final boss. I always say final boss tonight. This is really dumb. The dungeon boss of Dungeon 5.
The final boss of the dungeon.
For me, it is definitely a final boss in lots of speedruns. Blackers are having no problem with that guy at all.
Beautiful 2-cycle there. That's exactly how you want the fight to go. It is excellent.
And Teach also going for the 2-cycle, getting the bad pattern. Oh my god, he still got it.
And I think on his first, he actually got 5. That was
sweet.
That was excellent.
If you get a good timing, you can get 5 hits into him. And actually, if you get him on the bottom right for a second cycle, it's really difficult. Like, the timing is very precise. Both runners pulling off a great D5 here and being sturdy. That's a great race time so far.
Yeah, well under sub. We're like under 29:30 for both of them to get the instrument. That is absolutely clutch stuff from both guys right there. They are, what would you say, between maybe 10 and 15 seconds apart, which is tiny in the grand scheme of it.
Probably 10 seconds. It's really like it's really exciting so far. And we don't know what to expect from the final boss fight still. So this is still, there's so much coming up. We got Horseheads coming up in Dungeon 6. We got Rooster skips. So there's so much stuff that can happen still.
Even bootstraps at the end and the Armos Knight can turn a run on its head if you're not careful. Yeah. So definitely a lot of run to go.
And the guys advancing to the Armos maze, which we can see right now on our screen. Those Armos Knights, some of them are solid, some of them you can move with using the shield and bonk into them. You can also like just move into them, then they will shake a little and they will awake and you'll be able to kill them with an arrow. I guess it's an arrow or a bomb if I recall correctly.
Yes.
And we're getting to a really neat quick kill on black screen. Equipping swords and boots, having something here that is called boot strats. Oh my god, black is going for the super nice...
come on!
At the end.
Almost had it, almost.
And we will see the other strat here for TGH. Also going for a 2-cycle. And he got it.
Perfect. That's going to catch him up a little more.
Also one of the beauties in LDX, like I guess every runner has a different strat how he does that fight. Usually he's supposed to use arrows, but we still need a bunch of arrows to kill the final boss. So we just use our boots. And this is one of the... Oh, definitely. And this is really one of the rather advanced speed strats. The guys always make him look so easy, but really, if you're gonna start speedrunning this game, don't worry if you have a hard time getting this quick kill done right. It's really one of the rather challenging quick kills in this game.
Absolutely. Very, very precise.
And just the one difference there was Black was going for a sort of advanced quick kill, that with the only difference there being that the boss would be killed at the bottom of the screen. So he had a little less distance to get out of the dungeon, get out of the way there.
And
We
just
had an
the-
early pop drop.
Yeah, right there in the Zorlak's pit room.
Oh,
So
damn
it's
it.
going to make his Dungeon 6 a little slower, but not too
We
much.
also don't know if Teach will get the piece of power and when he wants it. Piece of power, it will drop after 30 or like at this state 35 consecutive kills. And you still have Bow Wow, and that guy is just like eating enemies on and off at his will. So it is really arbitrary, not arbitrary, it is really difficult to do a proper piece of power routing here.
It really is.
So
This
let's
is
see
where
if
it gets
Teach
a
will be
little more
more lucky.
Really,
he
there he
gets
goes.
it.
He got it.
Nice.
Very nice. That's definitely going to let him make up some time here.
Oh
Close
yeah.
the gap on black.
I mean, we still have the Horseheads coming up, so
Yep.
that will definitely also make a difference.
Yeah, that's a very big one. And here's the aforementioned, was a return to the aforementioned Ghost. Black just got the level 2 bracelet, which is the in-game flag that makes the game not spawn the sad ghost of Fernando Torres. For some reason, we don't know why, it's just that's what they chose for it. Originally, it was believed that it was just completion of D6 did it, but through some testing, we learned that once you got the bracelet, he will no longer appear. So what's going to happen now is actually he's going to, both runners are going to finish Dungeon 6 and then return and finish Dungeon 4.
Yeah, there were also some new routings that you could probably finish Dungeon 6 after Dungeon 3.
Right.
Just because that way you could finish Dungeon 4 in one playthrough, in one... yeah, is it playthrough the right? I guess playthrough.
Yeah,
is
playthrough.
understandable. And
It works.
yeah, and there's still like just to point out that there's still so much rerouting that can be done with this game. There are lots of possibilities and
yes.
always new stuff being found. Got on Black SRs and now Teacher streams some nice super jumps coming up to actually sequence break this dungeon. Black going for some advanced speed threats there. Unluckily, he was missing it. Going for the floor clip and now doing a precise super jump to get to the right layer. They're having a little trouble.
Yep.
And
Teach
oh my
on
god,
the first try. Goodness. Oh, there we go. And Black getting it. And
that
that's-
super jump is actually way harder than it looks.
Oh, yes. You have a 3-pixel window that you're safe in to get to the other side. Otherwise, you will be stuck in the wall and you can potentially soft lock, which would absolutely ruin your day.
And the soft lock also means that you have to go through that flying tile room, which probably loses you 20 seconds only. It's a pain in the buttocks,
It really
to say the
is.
least. But we see both runners being in the Horsehead's room.
Oh, and right back there, Black. Come
Yeah.
right back.
Teach having a little trouble with the RNG there, so that actually gave Black the
And-
opportunity to catch up.
Oh, yeah.
Both having trouble with the flock clip.
Oh my god.
So once again, you're trying to squeeze through some objects that, like there are different objects in the game, like the ice blocks or block keys, no key blocks, or like pots that say like something. Oh, you still need a small key to open me. In this case, with a key block, and you can use that text box to, for some weird reason. You have like one frame where you can move freely before the text box appears. And that way we can squeeze through the small key block. We can totally sequence break the whole dungeon. I guess if you want to speedrun through this game with a casual playthrough, I guess we just like half the amount of time you would use to get through the dungeon.
Correct.
The developer intended way.
Yeah. which is,
And also
which is
need-
the slow
sorry.
way.
Yeah, and also need to say the bomb count. We got 12 bombs on Black SR, 21 bombs on TGH's screen, just like because they are using
rush.
different bombs throughout the run. It's like just the amount of personal routing you can do, and
Absolutely.
still ending at the exact same time, leaving Dungeon 6. This is
Oh,
insane.
This is the tightest race so far. It has to be.
Definitely.
We're two runners at the very top of the game right now, just going at it. It is very exciting to see.
And they're advancing to the second half Dungeon 4, where we only got the flippers, or the one flipper. Link only needs one flipper to,
right.
to swim. I mean, some people can swim with no flippers at all, so
It's true, yeah.
maybe Link should talk to them, folks, to
True,
like, to get to know the real strats of swimming.
Yeah, absolutely. Call in Mikhail Phelps or someone to help him.
Yeah, I guess he's a pretty good swimmer.
Yeah. He's all right. He doesn't suck.
And entering the dungeon for the second time, utilizing they already killed the mini boss. That way they can warp forward to do another super jump, which is a very cool super jump because it's a super jump that utilizes some of the enemies, which will boost you off that top layer there. We can see that one on TGH's screen right there, also with black. Both runners did execute that totally fine. And that is some of the really cool abuse of the physics of this game. Because with the super jump, it like pushes you to a higher layer, and clinking off the P-head pushes you down, so you don't have to go all the way around. You get immediately the big key, which we need, or nightmare key, sorry.
Nightmare key, yes.
That we need to fight the nightmare.
Yep.
Which was, what is that boss's name again?
Bloop
Bloop? Is it
blooper? Something to that effect.
Something with Bloop, I guess.
Yeah.
And we saw Black doing a more defensive strat because he wants to save bombs because he picked up less bombs in the beginning. Teach going for a more offensive strat, which just like shooting bomb arrows at him all the time. And it was a very quick kill. I guess the game also didn't intend you to have arrows at that point of the game, which is also the reason why this fight is just like a walk in the park.
Oh yeah, unless you're Cravone, in which
yeah, that's exactly what I wanted to say right now. Shout out to Cravone.
Shout out to Cravone. I'm so sorry.
He like had the most ridiculous boss fight with a Bloop Bloop. We just call him Bloop Bloop for now.
Yeah, exactly. That's that. Even if his name is not that, it should be that now. So.
Yeah, we just call him Bloop Bloop from now on. I'm sorry, Cravone.
I'm sorry as well.
Yeah, it's just like the LEDX guys screwing up each other.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, we just like to have a fun time with each other. And we got obstacle skip number 3 and
the final one, yes.
4, bringing in the hype. This is high octane play right there.
That's right. This is the best you will see, hands down.
Hands down, definitely. And yeah, but serious time right now. We got the worst trick and the most challenging trick throughout the whole game, which is called Rooster Skip. And we will see that one on TGH's screen and explain later. For it. Oh my god.
Go again.
Oh my god. Double first
dude.
try. Black going for his individual strat right there. Having a little trouble.
A little more trouble. Come on, Black. Come on, Black.
Yo!
He made
both of them getting first try.
Oh,
I guess Teach was doing rather the standard strat with a 2-jump. Black doing a rather individual strat, which is a little more risky in my opinion, but which can be also performed pretty consistently.
Yep.
We saw it only came down to a few seconds. Teach just having a better way with execution-wise, so he's like slightly in the lead.
Yep. But again, this is not a very big lead for a.
Definitely not.
Yeah.
Regarding that they just finished Rooster Skip right now, this is still a head-on-head. Can you say that like that? Head-on-head race?
Head-to-head, like
head-to-head race?
Head-to-head, yeah, I guess, or neck-and-neck, I guess would be the better one.
Neck-on-neck, okay. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
So yeah, how that works is the game, once you fire the hook shot, there's one frame with retracting the hook shot to Link, where the game doesn't check if you're standing on solid ground. We're exploiting that frame to jump over the pits, while where the game intends you to have the Rooster at this point. That is why we call it Rooster Skip. And yeah, we also got another cutscene eat right there. The racers advancing through Dungeon 7, coming up to the first bomb triggers. We probably should talk about that also again.
Bomb triggers, of course, utilized most heavily in this dungeon to get all 4 pillars and cut the dungeon time down on an incredible scale. Normally, you're wandering all around with a little ball trying to break these pillars down, but with bombs, you just go right for it. Bomb triggers, for those who don't know, or perhaps would like a refresher, are basically we're using bombs to rewrite certain parts of the code in the game, creating events that wouldn't normally be able to happen without the necessary items, or even just, I guess, more or less cutscenes as well. We're triggering all 4 pillars here to break without the use of the ball, and it's the bombs that do it. We're not entirely sure what brings it about. It's something in the coding, it's something in the game design. A few theories here and there, but mostly we know that it's useful for going fast, so it's employed.
Yeah, so bomb event triggers, we call them like the abbreviated way, bomb triggers. Teach having the perfect Goomba surf right there. Oh my god, second try, that was really good.
Crazy.
Great execution. And we also see on, oh my god, Black having a good pattern, but having control the execution there. That's really unfortunate. Let's see how this his next attempts work out.
Come on, Buzz.
And getting stuck in the wall, but he can dash out.
There we go.
Sweet. Both runners
Very
getting
close.
really good RNG here. TGH being a little more fortunate with the RNG. We got a question right there. Why do super jumps without sword or bow or something? How do they super jump without the sword or bow or something like that? Those are actually the super jumps I like to call naked super jumps. Because once we found super jumps, we only knew we could perform them with a sword, bow, or fire rod being equipped. Just recently, I guess it was like 3 to 6 months ago, we discovered that we could also do a super jump while facing upwards. In that particular case, when we're talking about the Goomba surf, and just like jumping, being clipped into the wall, and then jumping, holding down for a little bit, and then pushing up at the right moment. It's kind of tough to explain, I guess.
Right. Yeah, it's essentially unclipped, I guess. In terms of the tech. Oh no, you are clipped, aren't you? My mistake.
Yeah, you have to be clipped still.
Yeah, you
but
are
the difference is that in a super jump you do with the sword or the bow, you can make Link redirect the direction he is facing with using the item, like the sword or the bow, for example. Right. And yeah, like just I guess this dude just explains it right now in chat. He probably does that way better than we can do.
Yeah, definitely.
It is a pain in the buttocks. It's really precise, and it's once again some of these tricks which these runners make look way easier than they are.
Absolutely.
So it's like these with lots of Game Boy's games, I guess. Like especially when you look at speedruns, like they look so easy, but actually there's lots of practice and speed tech behind it.
Absolutely, it's very involved. And as you saw on black screen right there, that was the last time you see. We do not save her. In the end, the massive amount of cutscenes and everything that happens when you do rescue her is just not worth the time. So you have to stay low and make sure you get past where she is without it happening, because you will lose upwards of a minute with Turin coming and Marin about to confess her feelings to you, and the owl shows up, and it's just all it's a horrible experience.
It's a big mess. It's like a big family party right there happening in your speedrun.
You are cock-blocked hard by Turin as well, so it makes me very angry.
You know, like these family gatherings where you're like, just, oh my god, I want to get out of here.
Yeah.
It's like somewhat awkward. That is that cutscene right there.
Exactly. It's every horrible family reunion you've ever been to.
Oh, yeah. And we probably also will be seeing different strats of these runners going throughout Dungeon 8. Teach having some advanced strats right there with dropping the bomb and then equipping the arrows afterwards to make that bomb arrow work. Like having a little trouble there with that dash jump. That is also, oh my god, failing it twice. We like having a little trouble. I've been there. I definitely have been there. If you fail it the first try, it's like sort of not what your muscle memory is used to.
Yeah.
So if it's a
Kinda-
problem, oh my god, it is a problem.
Yep.
And
And
having
keep-
a hard time getting back into the run, but he managed to do this. So
Yes, he did. And also should be noted, this is the 4th run these guys are doing. So it's, you know, it does start to wear on you. It's exhausting having to go through it over and over again.
definitely.
And so even a little mistake like that is not too bad. And
Oh my god, like really speedrunning this game 4 hours in a row.
yeah,
It's not only mentally, I would say also
Oh.
physically.
that's right.
To just like pull off this amount of races. This is awesome. Also some very cool advanced strats on Black SR screen right there. And still we got like TGH probably being around 20 to 30 seconds in the lead right now. But yeah, he will be getting 14 blue balls and then this can turn around again easily. So
Indeed. And here's Blano. Again, the boss that doesn't really have too much optimization, or rather a noted quick kill. You just kind of jump slash him and it's over pretty cool.
yeah, you have to take care of your movement in that fight. Like, I guess you can use your movement to manipulate the boss. Not to you don't want to get too close to that guy, you know.
Yeah,
But still, your sword reaches longer than his boxing gloves.
that's right. As in real life, sword trumps boxing gloves. So- Unless you take the cartoon route and you put like a horseshoe in there or something, but you know, that would hurt your hand as well.
Yeah, in LEDX
Yeah.
we like the sword is a little longer.
You see TGH over here doing a Jesus jump over the lava. You have a short window when Link first splashes on any kind of liquid, lava, water, anything like that. If you menu buffer, you can use it to do another jump. And in doing so, you clip into the wall, and then you can execute a super jump to get into the boss fight. And I believe that was a one-cycle hothead.
That was a one cycle, yeah.
Wow.
Having a great pattern again. He messed up there a little bit, but he did a great recovery.
Yep.
Great job by TGH here to like still still being in the lead right here.
That's right. And he got out his Wang when he picked up the drum as well.
Sweet. Shout outs
yep.
to Wang boys.
Shoutouts to Wang boys.
And perfect frame buffer by Black SR here.
Oh,
also
yes.
entering the Hothead fight. Let's see if he will also get a one cycle. I'm really excited.
Oh yes, me too. Oh, he's
Having a little
Give
lag
him a
right here with the
little
street.
framey.
Oh my god, that was also the one cycle.
Oh
Great
my-
play. Great play by both runners
wow.
here. High octane.
Highest octane at this point. That was fantastic. And get the Wang. Yes, he does.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Okay.
Beautiful Wang work.
So no disqualifications tonight.
That's right.
Both the runners got the wang. Both the runners got to show their wangs.
Mm-hmm.
Got to show
You gotta show
they
the
have
wang,
in their
yeah.
pants.
I have my Wang out right now, but y'all can't see it, so it's solidarity.
Teach having a little trouble there with a bomb trick. Also, why the hell does the cutscene play there? Oh, we got bomb triggers again. I mean, that is also one of the reasons. I guess we didn't talk about that the whole day, the whole evening. We actually completely skipping the ocarina.
Yep.
One of the major items in most Zelda games. Yeah, we don't need it for that category, and that has
right.
been the case since we discovered bomb triggers.
Mm-hmm. You
Because
can
like all the event triggers. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Oh, so yeah, you can. All the event triggers can be done with bombs. You need the ocarina, the song, and all of the instruments in order to make this cutscene play. But again, using the bombs to change the coding up. Even though you don't have the Battle of the Windfish song nor the ocarina, the game believes that you do, and it will trigger the cutscene. And it looks like Black is having a little bit of trouble.
Having a little trouble with the bomb trigger there.
Oof. Okay, I think you got it. There we go.
Finally, yeah. Like he had to put in some extra buffers. Having a little trouble there, but still, Teach advancing in the Windfish egg. But
right.
yeah, his RNG might be bad, so
That's
we'll
right.
still be
He's-
facing.
He's had some pretty good RNG so far. If he hasn't used it all up, and the
Oh,
boss and the nightmare here comes back and just absolutely wrecks him again.
Getting the tech skip though.
Yep.
going for the quick kill.
Good
You have
start.
to stand on a 2-pixel window to get this quick kill. It's not pretty consistent. It's a crapshoot.
Oh,
And
doesn't
he's
look
getting
like
the
he
bad pattern.
missed. Yep. So
And he had to kill that one with a
Yep.
magic powder.
He's got to salt the blob in order to get through this.
And also getting the bad pattern here, getting an extra
Oh,
second from the blob. Very unfortunate.
Yeah. Very
And-
sad.
We also got Black entering the Windfish egg right there. I mean, the setup is rather tricky if you want to do it with the boots. You have to do the bonk, and especially in a race when you have been playing for 4 hours, I guess, yeah, you are excused if you are missing that bomb trigger right there.
Right, absolutely.
Teach having trouble, of course, with RNG here. Getting his first blue ball.
Come on, okay. Got another red.
Another red one, that's great. He can reflect that one. And we're hoping for good RNG right there. And getting
gets
one blue
it.
ball, Aga,
Okay.
that's great.
That's really good.
Getting the
Hopefully
quick kill on Moldorm. Freezing him
Stunlock.
in. Yeah, Stunlock.
Black also
Entering-
missing the quick kill on the blob as well. From
Yeah.
his side.
Also, but he got the tech skip though. So it'll come down to Devil RNG on TGH. Whether we will see this race being a
Right.
close one.
It can still happen. Sometimes Death Eyes does not
No,
like
he-
to cooperate, and he will keep his eyes closed.
He can keep it closed so long. It's
see.
really exhausting.
Oh, yes. Let's see what he gives us. Ooh, taking a bit of time there.
A bad pattern there.
That's right, and he missed. He got hit on one. He missed an arrow last.
Yeah, so it's gonna be a 5 cycle at least.
And
Oh my
Black-
god, and Black having good RNG right now. This will be a close one. This
Oh.
will definitely be a close one.
What's he gonna do?
Oh my god, but Black missed the
Oh,
quick kill on
he's-
Mordom. That is
Oh,
really unfortunate.
no.
So
but
I
that
guess...
might be the last one. Although
Yeah.
Death Eye is taking forever. Oh, okay.
Oh my god.
Good.
And Teach finally finishing
finally
Devil
gets it.
after
gonna-
having the worst Devil RNG right
That
there.
was really
Having the worst pattern
Yep.
worst patterns you can imagine. Black getting back on track, and Teach finishing with a 54-32 right there.
fantastic time from TGH for a race. Excellent,
Great play.
excellent time. Very well done.
And let's see how Black is doing before we will invite both of the runners, hopefully also for a quick
Hopefully.
after race after we interview. 54-37 was, I guess, probably Teach's time on GDQ, so that is really good for a
Wow.
race. Sub 55 for a race, that's great play right there.
Absolutely. Oh, come on, Death Eye.
Oh my god, Black having also the worst pattern right there.
Poor Black. He lost this to bad RNG, really. He was. They were so close, and he's just got luckier.
And they did.
There we go. That's GG.
Nice. And this will be, I guess, a 55-35, something around that.
Probably somewhere about there, yeah. Might
So
be 36. No, 35. Okay.
okay, so that was our final.
Wow, that was
Sweet.
fantastic race. I can't believe how close that was, and poor Black just got really unlucky toward the end there.
Yeah. And let's see if we can get the runners
Boy,
into.
soon.
Yeah. Yeah, so let's talk about the final boss fight again. And that was like really close. Teach getting good RNG with Aghanim, Black getting perfect RNG, if I recall correctly.
I believe you did, yes.
Aghanim. And yeah, both runners, like, you have to remember this was like a small tournament we did tonight.
Yeah.
This was their fourth race in a row. They had no break, like maybe like 5 to 10 minutes between the
That's
runs,
right.
maybe just to stretch your legs for a second, and both did perfectly well. Like, this was really the final we were all looking forward to.
Oh, absolutely. Both guys delivered. Having it be the last race of the day after doing so many others, and to deliver one like this was just Oh, it was incredible. It was such a close race.
Yeah, and we actually have TGH right now with us. Teach,
Hello,
congrats
Teach.
on the race, man.
Hey guys, what's up?
Hey. Oh, congratulations! You are our mini tournament winner.
Thanks.
Yes.
Thanks very much. That was a really good. I actually had I had the stream up. What was it? I had the stream up and was watching it it's just peeking over every time I got an instrument, every time there's downtime, and that was some race.
Yeah,
It was ridiculously close.
unbelievably close the whole time. Yeah, just unbelievable.
Yeah,
It was-
huge props to Black and huge props to everyone. Honestly, in the tournament, that was really fun.
It was.
Oh
yeah.
my god, like the second round was so insane with you and Dragon dying to the final.
Yeah, that was crazy.
I mean, that is just LEDX in all its beauty. You know,
Yeah.
anything can happen.
Yeah,
Yeah.
seriously. That might be a contender for the worst final boss RNG in LADX speedrunning history.
Those blue balls. I don't know if you had chat up in the stream as well, but everyone.
Oh my god.
I did, yeah.
There's like 600 people in here, and I think every single one of them was just like, "What the fuck?" You know, they were
I think my
losing their minds.
previous high was 12. I think I had 15.
Wow. Yeah,
So yeah, that was something else.
yeah. It was unbelievable.
And that was a really nice final race. Like I guess was around D8 where it began to split up. I guess
Mhm.
Black had a little trouble entering D8, but up until then it was really neck on neck race. Right
Yeah.
there. Both of you guys
Very,
getting
very
Rooster
tight.
skip the first try.
Uh-huh. That was great stuff.
There was one point, I think it was inside D4, where we were both frame for frame getting to the
Yeah.
Nightmare Key chest.
Oh my god, it
Yeah,
was
it
so
was-
awesome throughout the whole run.
Yeah.
Like
That was something else.
In
And
D6, the leads kept changing 3 times in the course of the dungeon, and it was back and forth stuff. Everyone was freaking out. It was excellent.
and also to note that you guys use different routes throughout Dungeon 1. Like
Mhm.
what the hell? Black was using the new route,
Yeah,
quote unquote
he's
new
been-
route.
Yeah.
I saw he's been experimenting with that. Did he pick up the mushroom?
No, but
no,
he
he
did
did not.
go
Okay.
for the Villa skip.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so he pause buffers the
Yeah.
jump up to the Nightmare Key in D1.
Yeah, coming out of the underground section, in the room with the EXO and the keys,
Yeah.
he does the I guess it's a Riddler strat. It was originally discovered by Riddler,
Mhm.
and he got a 4 buffer, which is sort of average. And
Yeah.
you guys, and you were a little in the lead,
Mhm.
but you guys opened the Nightmare Key chest the exact same
Exact
moment
same time.
again.
Yeah.
It was really like
Yeah,
it was a great race you guys showed up.
It just
Oh,
goes to
it's so
show,
exciting.
how developed this speedrun actually is.
Mm.
Honestly, there are so many different routes,
Yeah.
that have just developed really over the course of the past few months or even the past year. Especially since
Absolutely.
I've been in the community.
Yeah.
I think I've been in the community a little longer than Black, but he's
Mhm.
certainly found a lot more stuff than I have.
Yeah.
That's beside the point though.
Yeah.
But just goes to show what is possible with this run. It's truly a customizable speed run,
Mhm.
and it's full of preferences.
It definitely is.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And I'm really excited to what we'll be facing throughout the next year. There will be round changes probably
Oh
again.
yeah.
I mean, all the last times TGH got a world recce, there was a new round being found a month later or so.
Yeah.
Don't remind me.
And during the tournament too, everything really blows up. And last year's tournament as well, it started out, all the interest came back in. People were finding new stuff left and right. It literally, the routes from the start of the tournament to the end of the tournament had changed so drastically. With the change with D6, doing Dungeon 4 after it. It literally happened that quickly. By the end of the tournament, there were route changes, there were new optimizations, everything was flipped over. So I'm fully expecting that to happen again, in all honesty.
Yeah, and I have to add that unfortunately we are facing here some technical difficulties to getting Black SR into the channel. So shoutouts to Black SR to a beautiful second place in this mini tournament. Great showcase right here.
Absolutely. Could not agree
So,
more.
yeah, that was a great race tonight. I'm really excited about it. Like, I was really excited about it. Really, really happy how it turned out. It was a great race. We got the world record holder, Teach, pulling off some great runs and finishing this race as #1. Also, one more time, shout outs and congrats to Teach. And yeah, like I want to give it also like Teach like a little quick opportunity to give some shout outs.
Just shout outs to everyone who set this up and who will inevitably set up the tournament in August. Like, it's gonna be pretty hype.
Oh my god, we got a tournament coming up.
That's right.
Yeah.
So
this is the first I've heard of it.
Oh my god. So actually, if you guys like this game and if you're interested in speedrunning this game, you guys are very welcome to join us with our tournament. You got still plenty of time, over a month.
That's right.
To the game. And if you would like to join us in our Discord, you are well welcome. And yeah, we'll be back at I guess August, like I guess with the first week of September, starting our tournament. There will be a group phase and then a single elimination knockout phase. Bamboo Shadow will be there as a runner. Chodo will be there as a runner. TGH and Blackest Art, and also Green Tunic and Dragon CO, which you saw earlier. Also, one more time, shoutouts to Dragon CO and Green Tunic for giving us some great runs tonight.
Oh yes.
And yeah, Jodo, if you'd like to add anything.
No, just about everything was covered here. Again, just sign up for the tournament if you're all interested. It's a really, really quick learn. Every runner's pretty much keen to help out. They stop into your streams all the time if you stream and you're learning it. There's written reference points. There's videos on YouTube. Xander's done an incredibly good series of tutorials as well. It's a lot of fun, and if you even just have a slight interest in it, you'll be welcomed in, you know, like you're an old friend. So don't hesitate at all.
You're very welcome to join us. I also have to thank one more time to my good friends Xander Tier 10 and Disclude for commentating round 1 and 2. Big thanks to my man Jodo here for supporting me throughout this evening, throughout these awesome races. It was a blast. I really enjoyed it so very much.
Yes, it was great having you here with me.
Thank you so much, Jodo.
Oh,
and also big shout outs to Speed Gaming and my man Fiesel. For always supplying us with a great speed gaming experience right there, with a great speed gaming stream. We appreciate you guys having us here. And also, yeah, once again, shout outs to you guys for being here, for watching, for enjoying this speedrun, this little LEDX, Link's Awakening the X tournament. Got some more stuff coming up with the beginning of September. My name was Bamboo Shadow, and yeah, we'll having a blast starting at September.
That's right.
I guess that's about it.
It can't come quick enough.
I'm really excited for it.
Yes,
it will be a blast.
Same here.
So, shout outs one more time to Fiesel. I guess he's gonna like move the stream over any second. And you guys, thanks so much for watching one more time. Yes. Have a nice evening. Have a nice morning, whatever is appropriate to your time zone. And we'll see you soon.
Thank you so much.
Peace out, guys. Thanks again.
Bye-bye.